Okay. Hello. I'm back. There we go. Let me get everything ready. Let me get everything back. Can y'all hear me? Refresh, refresh. Man. Golly whiz. Let me make sure everything's good. I'm still dropping frames like a motherfucker. That's crazy. All right, I did a full system restart, by the way. Welcome back, Audible. Thank you, guys. I'm still hemorrhaging frames. What is going on with that? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Welcome back, everybody. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me make sure everything looks good, but it's still dropping frames like crazy, which makes me think that it's not a problem with my computer. Hold on. We're snoozing the ads. I don't want you guys to have to go through ads again. We just had ads. No, we're not doing that. Guys, please let me know. If everything's kind of funky. Thanks for any super shopper. Hold on, let me make sure everything's good. Yeah, I've already dropped 800 frames. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's nutty. Let me make sure I get all my stuff back up. We might just have to power through it, but if it gets too nasty, I might continue in Discord because this is kind of silly. You know what I mean? This is kind of silly. Let me also really quickly check on, let's see. Test my internet speed. Let's see how that looks. Run speed test. She? Okay. Let's see. It says my internet connection's fast. All right, so it's not my internet, it's probably Twitch. There we go. All right, everybody. Sorry for the fucked up internet stuff. It seems like my connection's not faulty on my end. I did a full system restart and I just tested my internet. Seems like my upload and download speeds are exceptional, so you know, it's a Twitch problem, not a us problem. Yeah, it has been. I've noticed that, and it could be that it's times of high traffic, but it really, in the past month, has really been the only time that I've had substantial, like, it's, every once in a while, it's like, okay, yeah, just, restart the computer, do your thing. But like in the past like month or so, it has been fucked. Like it's like to the point like before we restarted, thankfully it stopped hemorrhaging right now. But before I did my restart just now, within it was 26 minutes we were live. Within 26 minutes of being live, I had dropped over 10,000 frames. That's crazy. That is nutty. And I don't know. I don't know, man. Let's get some music. Celador, I see that you have requested a song. Let's get your song going. Add that into the queue. And then after that, we'll listen to some fun stuff. My partner has an OC named P2, so this emote I found makes me so, oh my god, makes me joy. Okay, sorry, I forgot how to read. That's so cute. I love P2. I love that nickname. All right, everybody, make sure you got your water. Make sure you got something cozy. Sorry about the restart, but welcome back, everyone. That's crazy. What a crazy start. Yeah, so hopefully it looks like things are evened out right now, but we'll hold our breath, huh? Or we won't hold our breath. So this is Molly, aka Evil Little Lad. Molly drew this art.
You're just begging to lose all your work. Time to save.
Thank you, thank you. Molly drew this. As you can see, this is Evil Little Lad, who is pinned. If you're not already following Molly and you're really interested in this vampire bat spider, then please give them a follow.
Security scan.
No! I don't need that. I don't need it. We're fine. We're fine now. Oh, God.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this.
Woke up on my bestie's couch watching her dogs noisily playing next to the couch. Aw, we love dogs. We love doggies. What's on this little spider's back? Oh, there's like a little, there's something on that spider. That's fun. I don't know. I'll have to ask what that is. Also, look at how squishy these paw beans are. Oh my god. I'm excited to draw Molly. I love this design. Molly's been working on this for a long time. Molly's been working really, really hard. So we're going to be taking this pose and we're going to be putting Molly into it, which is really exciting. Currently, my canvas size, let me see. My canvas is double screen resolution size, so it's like double the scale of like 1920 by 1080. It's 3840 by 2160, so it should be good quality for Molly to animate with. So everything's gonna be separated into pieces. So I'm gonna start today by getting a sketch done for Molly, and then we can send it off and get it approved and see what we need. And this character's physique is obviously like much curvier than this character. So we're going to be playing up to that lovely curviness. We're going to be doing a lot of really fun, accentuation of what makes Molly unique. The way I need to restrain myself and just poke the beads. Yeah, they're very squishy. They look like jelly. They look like those like jelly mouse pads, like wrist rests and everything. I love that. We'll take a moment to appreciate all the detail too. I mean, I love all the textures. I love everything that's going on. I love how delicate these spider webs look. I don't know. This is just a love letter to Halloween. But even then, it's just sort of like this soft, sweet, like, I don't know. I love this. I love this vibe. I love the vibe of this character. Also, look at the texture of the fabric, like fraying and pulling. I love these pleats. I'll have to bend Molly's ear to see if there's any separation of this or if it's just one big strip. Yeah, the ears are very big and very beautiful, and they're hypnotic, you could say. Yeah, wonderful art. This is Molly's art. So if you like art like this, if you like this vibe, please follow Molly. Molly's really, really cool. Also really silly, really funny. So if you're not already following Molly, also if you guys like my Furby model is one of the earlier models that Molly's ever made, and I think it still holds up. It's super, super fun. Yes, Molly is a streamer and has been streaming with a different design. This is a redesign. This is a brand new updated design. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so this is a new design, but Molly already streams. Molly's already a really cool creator, so if you're not already following Molly, I highly recommend. Really cool. Yeah, the feet are based off of tarantula toes. Look at that, those little tarantula toes. They're so cute. They're so cute. I love this fur texture too. I like it a lot. Yeah, look at that. This spider web stocking here with like that color shift. That's fun. I had a pink-toed tarantula as a pet. What was their name? All right, let me get into here. This is our reference, and this is also a reference. I'm using this as a base, but I'm really gonna just be drawing what the fuck over it. So they should be pinned in the title. Evil Lil Lad. So you can see the name highlighted in the title. If you hover over that, you can follow Molly directly from there. Tubby, the tarantula, that's so cute. Hi, Teeny. How are you? I'm doing well. Let me get this scaled. I think it's going to be really fun. I know, Molly, you were lurking earlier. If you have any background elements that you would like to share so I can reference, like the room that you're in, or some of your favorite props and things, I'll do a whole room in the back. All right, so this is our reference. I've flipped it to give it a little bit of a different tarantula. Yes, you're so right. So I'm using this as a guide, especially too as like an anatomy guide as well. This is pretty faithful to like realistic anatomy, so I'll use this as a guide. And then we have Molly over here. I don't want to get too small. I want to maintain that detail, but I can always grab the image again. There we go. Title of the stream. I don't know if my Twitch is glitching. I don't see it. Interesting. The title says chill comm for at Evil Lad on Sunday. But if you're not seeing it, try doing a refresh. But if you're using mobile, then the title might be in a different place. Ongo bongo. I only see your handle. Interesting. Okay. Every stream has a title, so I'm wondering why it's not showing up. But if you're on mobile, that might be why. Here, let me just give Molly a shout out. I'll solve the problem. There. There we go. If you guys aren't already following Molly, please give Molly your love and appreciation. Molly's a really cool artist. One of these days, I'll do more. I'm excited that Molly has asked me that. Actually, this is my first like full illustration commission. So everybody has so far there have been full bodies, we've done half bodies, but this is the first request for a full illustration. And it's going to be animated, no less. So that's super exciting. So yes, like I mentioned, I'm using this as a base underneath. For anybody that's curious, I would recommend taking, like if you have a picture of a model or if you have a reference, using it as a guide underneath helps solve a lot of your questions about like how you want it positioned, gives you ideas about the placement of certain parts of the body, and also you can make your changes and fixes from there. So obviously Molly's body type is way different. Also, she's got a lot of details. So we're just using this as a base from which to jump off. All right, let me get some music. We'll do our city pop again. There we go. I've been really wanting to listen to Tatsuro Yamashita again, but he doesn't really keep his music on digital platforms, which is fair. I get it, but also, damn. All right. So I really like this look, this like soft, demure look, and the fact that Molly's got 4 eyes, I think is going to be really fun. Actually, let me make this a little bit round, pretty round face here. Did have to close and reopen my Twitch mobile. Ah, I see. Yeah, so we have a pretty round face here. Actually kind of like square in the jaw. That's fun. Do you need to credit the base when you use it? Jen, I get it. Okay, yeah, I get into drawing. I use a reference. No, so it depends on what you're using. So a lot of times, if you are like drawing directly on top of something, like, and you're using parts of it, yes, you need permission to use parts of something. Like if you're doing a collage with like found materials and you're like pasting like magazines and things together, that's like not necessarily the same thing. But if you're using photographs of models and things like that, it's not necessary to give credit for that. If you'd like to, you certainly can, especially if your work is heavily derivative of them. This is going to look nothing like our reference by the time we're done. We're just using this as a basic guide. I'm not going to be utilizing any part of this art at the end. We're simply using it as a starting point for a vintage style pinup pose for the vibe, but I'm not going to be using any bit of this art in my final piece. So if you are using any art that you don't have explicit permission to, like in your final piece, it is absolutely necessary that you get permission and that you credit. However, since this is just us using a reference, I highly recommend that you photo bash things together. So, for example, if I needed to, I would probably get like a photo of a room or go into The Sims and build a room and like take a screenshot and like cobble something together and make my own reference. But this is basically us using a model, using a reference, but we are, and if you're ever curious about reference and how much of it that you should or shouldn't use, I highly recommend using references, but not tracing, not taking art from someone else and claiming to use it as your own. Like that's totally different. We're using this as a reference for pose and for vibe, but I'm going to be making a ton of changes. I'm not intending to use any of this art in my final piece. So if you're unsure, you can also take photos of your own reference. So if you have a friend or a family member that can hit a pose for you, and your intention is to paint directly over it and like really capture their likeness, you are getting the consent of that person to draw them, to paint them, or to do whatever it is. Or you're just getting a picture of somebody to help you with, whether they're holding an object or they're in a certain type of lighting. You're taking your own reference. And I mean, artists, these pinups are of women that were sitting for this artist to photograph and paint. So they look realistic because real women were posing for these pinups. So yeah, always make sure that, am I allowed to share a screenshot of what I saw before I refreshed? Because I just had no title look. No, I trust you. Twitch has been really weird. So I trust you. You don't got to worry about that. I believe you. I believe you. Okay, so Molly's got kind of like a kind of like a square jaw here, a little bit squared, a little bit wider. And the eye line here, you can see, is kind of curved down here. We have our nose here. And we're just using this as a base, but Molly's got such distinct features that we're really not going to be holding too closely to this. Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah. Using reference, I think, is something that people for a long time have been afraid to do. Because there are, it's like, oh, you're tracing over this and you're claiming that it's yours. There are definitely people that do that. It's not at all right to trace over something and say that it's your own. If you're doing a study, that's different. So there is such a thing as something called a master copy, where you are one for one trying to recreate an established work, because this artist has a technique that you're trying to learn, or they have a style that you're trying to digest, and by doing a one for one copy of this existing artwork, you're only claiming to use it as a learning resource. You are then going to be saying, I'm giving full credit. This is me duplicating as a study. This is not me claiming that it's my own. That's that's a big difference. And yeah, I mean, it's good to look at things and try to replicate them, just simply so that you can put yourself in the place of that artist, and learn from what their stuff looks like, learn from what you can glean from trying to recreate their style, their process. And but you're doing so as an educational tool, not as, I'm going to just copy this and use it. You know what I mean? The way I have my little Asian mom pose for me an object sometimes, that's so cute. Mom, please sit and hold this mug real quick. Yes, absolutely. I need a quadrillion tons of cheesecake. Cheesecake is good. All right, I think this might be a little bit. It's got to look bad before it could look good. I actually kind of want, I don't, I feel like I might just try to get the bare bones done first. Let me see if I can't distort this a bit. Just trying to get the bare bones. Molly has a pretty slim neck, pretty realistic proportions, to be honest, aside from the big paws and little beans. Hi, Madam Berry, how are you? We're just going to use this as our starting point. We love horseshoe crabs. They have blue blood. Okay, so we see here that the reference underneath has only a little bit of her neck showing, and really we're seeing mostly just the front of the torso here. So I'm just going to take reference here. Molly has quite narrow shoulders compared to the head, so our head's actually just going to have to be bigger if we want to maintain the shoulder relationship, which I think, honestly, we're going to have to do quite a bit of changing anyway, so let me turn that off. We're just basically analyzing where this near shoulder is, which is about here, where our far shoulder is. Here's our elbow, stuff like this. Molly's arms are a bit shorter. Doing well, hope you're doing with me too. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for asking. Well, welcome in. So yeah, these arms are quite thin and quite long, so we're probably going to reduce the size of them just because we don't need them to be so big. And I'm going to use some of my own. Here we go.
Have you taken a sip of your water lately?
I haven't. Let me take a sip of my water lately. Thank you. All right. So we have our pelvis here, which Molly's torso is quite a bit shorter than this person's. So where the hip is kind of, we can see here that if we use a box shape, we have like the top of the box here. This pelvis is going to be a little bit thicker for Molly and a little bit closer. So we're actually going to just adjust that here. Quite a bit larger. Quite a bit closer. The torso is a lot shorter. The hips are a lot wider. So we can see that we're using it as a reference, but it's really not going to be. There we go. there we go. There we go. All right, so we have here too, the bust is quite large as well. If big shoes mean big eggplant and big car is small eggplant, I can understand why people are afraid of clowns. Clowns, they have their own ranking system. I wonder how long till she starts recognizing your voice. I've been watching VTubers in the living room sometimes. She'll ask, "Oh, is that the one with the immune disorder? The friends of the British band? Oh, Iron Mouse?" Yeah. Who am I eating in the mall's food court today? No one. Don't eat anybody. I recommend not eating anybody. Oh, congratulations. You have logged in 69 times. Nice. All right, so we see that the bust here, the bust falls here. We have our center line here. So I am going to actually beef this out quite a bit. We're going to beef this out quite a bit. In fact, I'm going to just grab the arm and I'm going to focus on what's underneath first. Actually, I think that's a good idea. I'm trying not to get too hung up on the reference either. I want to focus on making this look like Molly first and foremost and making it not look so haphazard. You know what I mean? So we have our torso here. My goodness. You guys, what have you been eating? What have you been eating? Okay. So this is our torso. The shoulders are pretty narrow. The bust is wider than the shoulders, so I'm going to continue that. Just making sure that we're keeping the proportions of Molly's character. But we're also keeping in mind that the hips are here. There we go. And the waist is a bit wider right here. There we go. Bread. All right, and we're just gonna put like a bra on that. It just is my probably favorite feel good song. Oh, I don't listen to Tom Cardy very much, to be honest. To be truthful, I'll meet her halfway by pulling up Filipino movies on YouTube to watch with her. Oh, that's so sweet. What do we eat? What do you think we eat at the mall? I mean, it's just whatever's in the food court. Yeah, so knee is about here. Ankle, again, the legs are about, I'll say that's probably a fine. Okay, so I'm going to round off the booty a little bit, like a pirate. Arg. There we go. And then I'm going to, usually the top of your thigh is much more round than the back of the thigh. And we're going to have to keep into account that the flesh is squishing together here. Okay. The food court is clearly labeled on all the directories. There we go. Chicken Joy from Jollibee. We certainly do have a Jollibee. And again, I'm gonna make sure that I'm implying that there will be clothing here so Twitch doesn't explode. There we go. I don't think I want to bend the legs in as harshly. We're gonna make sure that I'm not bending them in as harshly, and I'm also gonna see if I can shorten it just a smidge, keeping the thickness of the body as well. That's the one thing, is I want to make sure that I'm keeping the proportions of this character. Because despite Molly having a quite distinct style, this body actually is pretty realistically proportioned, which it can be part of somebody's style for sure. So some people stylize the body a lot, but Molly's character, aside from being very heavily like ornamented and having a lot going on, Molly's pretty realistic.
When the mall closes for the night and janitorial staff have left, it is rumored that you can still hear chat absolutely shitting themselves in the food court bathrooms.
Mm-hmm. You can. All right, so this one curves a bit further back than the next one. So I'm just going to do that. And then I'm going to take the same leg here, copy, and I'm going to paste. And I'm going to follow where this hip is here, and I'm going to move this leg to sit about where it should. I think about there. Can't believe the mall has a butt ghost. There is no butt ghost. The haunted shards. No! It's just you guys being stinky at all hours of the day. All right, and I'm just going to remove everything that isn't the shin here. And the far shin is actually posed further back. So I'm going to just... And I'm going to turn that off. Then we can see here we have like the heel of the foot. There's pretty exaggerated arch, which we're not going to get with Molly's little toes. But Molly does have these like little wings and things. So we have, let's see, instead of having like a foot, which would be about this big, we have like we have little tarantula beans. So the toes are going to be, it's going to be more like this. Something like this, actually. Probably even going to see the underside of these little toes. So we're gonna keep that as the little foot. The torso has me thinking about Thanksgiving turkey. Listen! Is there a lost and found around here? I want to leave my son. No, there's not a lost and found. Take your kids with you. My goodness, don't leave your kids behind. We're not that kind of establishment. Also going to assume that there are big beans underneath as well for the sole of the foot. So we're just gonna put some placeholders there. And of course we're not trying to get any of the detail. I see that there's cuffs and wings. I'm not going to be doing too much of that right now. But we're just going to make sure that we have our beans. I'm going to copy this. And I might alter the pose to make it feel a little bit more like we can see what's going on. So we might have this foot further back, just so you can actually see the foot. Can I apply to be a mall janitor? Of course you can. Yeah, we always need more cleanup crew. I think one of my favorite things I stylize the most in art are legs. They're so fun to draw. Oh yeah, legs are very fun to draw. I used to work as a janitor in several different places in the past, one being a mall. How did you find it? How did you like that? All right, let's see. Let me see if I like the way this looks. Let's see how I like it. It's mostly cut off, but I do kind of like this posing. I think it's fun if we kind of put the like heel in front a little bit as well. We can see a little bit of the legs crossing over. I think that's a good start. I think that is a good start. My friends and I are going to Black Friday party due to my family not having dinner. We're at my aunt's house, but I can't be invited to any of my friends' house, so I'm going to a party. You're doing a party. Well, I hope you have a fun party. Sounds like it's going to be a blast. Let me go here. I think the hips could be bigger. Let me use the warp. Yeah, I like how thick the thighs are turning out. I also kind of like how the leg is coming up here. The hip is a little bit higher. There we go. Hip's a little bit higher. Feet are in a little bit more. And I may rotate this torso a smudge, but let me start by making the torso a little bit wider as well. I think that's actually... Yeah, no, I think that's better. I think this is actually turning out quite nice. I like this. Is it legal to live in a mall? It depends. It would have to be zoned for residency. There are actually some investment groups and some organizations that are trying to make abandoned malls into living places. However, there are very strict regulations as to what is considered to be residential. But in America, for like North America, zoning laws take a big part in what can and cannot be used for certain things. So if you, for example, if you've ever watched a video about Japan and you see that there are shops and restaurants and things in really tight proximity to each other, it's because zoning works differently. Okay, I like the idea too so the skirt kind of hugs here and then blooms out. I think that's going to be a really fun shape. This kind of like recurring like bright band here I think is going to be really fun, but I'm trying not to lose the anatomy underneath. And in your mall, my mall is not currently zoned for inhabitants. It is quite literally a digital mall, so we're not quite ready to keep people. The mall is as a mall would have been in the early 2000s and late 90s. All right, we're going to place our neck center to the shoulders here. This arm is definitely too small now. Hi, Ray of Sun, how are you? I'm a little butterfly, hi! All right, so we've got our arm here kind of placed. We're just kind of focused on getting this looking about right. How are you? Welcome in. Man, the frames keep fucking dropping. I want to encourage my city to build more mixed-use buildings, like shops below homes and top brownstones. Yes, I think we definitely, I mean, for having such a problem with housing, there's so much more we could be doing to accommodate it, but it's just a money-hungry thing. Just money-grabbing kind of stuff. All right, so this arm is tucked inward, but I might have it come forward a bit more. So let me lower this opacity. Of course, I'll rearrange it on the canvas. There is not a Freddy Fazbear pizzeria because I don't have a partnership with Chuck E. Cheese. I made friends with the security guard that stays in the food court I was in charge of sanitizing. She introduced me to solo leveling manga years before the anime adaptation. Ah, I love getting to like know people. Okay, let's see. Getting to know coworkers and finding out that you have common interests. It's always fun. All right, let's see. I'm also going to probably thicken this up a little bit. Exaggerate some of the proportion without it making it look too stumpy. There we go. Try to like thicken it up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I like having the hand be out more this way because then we can see more of the bust. And we have big beans. And then I'm going to take this. Actually, I'm just going to take this arm and I'm going to copy it. And we're going to use it for the far side. But we're obviously going to be making some adjustments to it. This one's probably propped up a little bit more. Rotate it out a little bit more. There we go. The arm can probably only really comfortably bend about this much, so I'm not going to force it anymore. You can see, actually, our forearm is coming in front, actually, so let's mimic that a little bit more, where we're not seeing the arm so much from the side as we are like looking directly at the arm. So it's going to actually overlap a bit more like this in order to actually accommodate our head resting on it. So here you can see here that we're actually looking at the elbow, the arm a little bit at a different angle than we were just before. It's going to kind of point this arm a little bit more. Oops. Point this a little bit more. And the head, yeah. I could have the head over a bit more. Oh, actually, from where I had the head, I could move it like this. Have a little bit more of this shoulder showing, which I think is nice. And I might make the head a smidge larger just because there's so much detail that I don't want to lose. She's cute, a bit short. Honestly, was crushing on her. I can't remember if I ever told her if I had a crush or not. I might still have her number saved in my phone. That's so sweet. But it's been like 5 years since I saw her talk to her. Ah, that's fair. All right, we're gonna make sure that we might have to adjust our torso to match this new head position. But I'm thinking of the head being positioned a bit more like this. And then for this arm, having the hand on the cheek like this. Actually, the reference has the hand this direction. me get rid of this. Has the hand like this, which is kind of fun. I like that. I like that. Okay, so we're gonna keep it like that because I think it's cuter. And then I might even rotate out this pinky. Yeah. Yeah, I think that shows off the head can be a little lower now. And then on our torso, my neck will have to follow suit. My whole neck and shoulder area. Neck probably a bit more this way, which feels right. I'm gonna see a little bit more of the back there. There we go. And our collarbone is actually going to be curved a bit more like that. I want this hand to be doing something, I think. And this arm could probably be could stand to be a little bit closer to Molly and probably a little bit further up. I kind of want this arm to be doing something. So we could have like holding a phone or doing something like that. And I'm wondering too if I want this arm to be kind of further away. Let me do a skew. There we go. Just a little bit further away from the body so it's not so tightly. There we go. Something a little bit further. Something a little bit further out. Also too, I'm kind of wanting to see this side of the rump moved over a little bit more too. So we have a little bit more of a forward facing angle. Okay, this is kind of a start. We're kind of getting somewhere. I kind of want that hand to be doing something. I'm leaving some room for the ears, which start about here. Oops, hold on. Where's the head? Where's the head? There we go. All right, so the ears start about here. We're going to maintain the size of those. And then the hair, nice and fluffy. We're going to make sure that and then we have our mandibles. We have a bunch of really fun stuff. I asked for her Instagram. She didn't use social media at all, so that's how I ended up with her phone number. We text so much, but I'm looking at the text history. It forgot also introduced me to Monster Prom. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. All right, we're gonna do a big old smile too. I think having some sort of expression, like a really cute expression, is also. Of course, we can't forget that there's other eyes. Uh-oh. Hold on. I heard something thump. Hold on, give me a second. Checking on my wife. Have a good night, Rayson. I'm sorry. I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Uli hit her foot really hard on our coffee table, so I'm just making sure that she's okay. Making sure she's okay. Okay. There we go. I'm back. Yeah. There we go. It's been a weird day today, guys. A strange day. There we go. All right, I need this to be a little bigger. Maybe we just pull this out a little. Yeah, welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. It's been such a strange day so far. Wondering if for this, instead of having the paw on the ground, I kind of want to have it like holding something or doing something. Just a little bit more posed than, oops, maybe something like this. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. There we go. Yeah, I think that proportion's looking okay. Legs are looking a little short, and I don't want that. Just kind of push and pull until it kind of looks how you want it to. Oh, thank you. Uh-oh. Is Penny not working? Uh-oh. Guys. I've dropped so many frames! Oh, fuck. Come on, Twitch. I don't know what Twitch is all about. Hold on. Let me make sure that my Penny stuff is good, too. Hold on. Let me... It says that it's cute. Oh, hold on. No. Hold on. Thank you for the posture check. Guys, what the heck is happening? Let me see if the... Okay, let me see if another redeem is working. Hold on. Is my stuff not working? What the fuck is going on? All right, let me restart BikuBot. What is going on? Sent her a text because it'd be cool to reconnect. That's so sweet. That's awesome. I'm excited that you're reaching out again. What in the world? I'm trying to... Let me see if any of this is working. Okay, there's that. All right. What in the world is going on? There we go. All right, that one worked, but let me see if the other ones are working. Hold on. I refreshed BikuBot. Damn my cooldowns. Okay.
Save.
Fixed.
Save.
Saved.
Save.
Save. I'm so sorry about the shitty connection. I know we can't really do anything about that, but come on. I think I'm not trying to elongate the body too much, but I don't want it to look squatty either. Yeah, I think that's better. Also, too, let me see if I can't. This will also look better when we got a little bit more going on here. Okay. I think that looks fine. I think emotes only chat for a bit. Oh, the emote only kicks on when the stretch redeem is redeemed, and I was just testing a bunch of the redeems to see if they were working. Iced chai cream, like ice cream that's flavored to chai, or a cream that's... Oops. Oh, I merged the wrong things. Hold on, let me unmerge those two things. There we go. That's the head. Here's this hand. Okay. All right. I think the arms are pretty proportional. Chai flavor ice cream. Yeah, that sounds delicious. I'm sure it exists. As somebody that experiments a lot, I feel like you would have like an ice cream machine. Like I feel like you would just have one. All right, we're just gonna. One of the things that I did, I actually have a. What's funny is I have a similar illustration to this, which is very silly that we arrived here at this similar thing here. Hold on, let me show you guys what I have. Actually, guys, look at this. Hold on. My Jennifer. No wonder this felt familiar. Look at this. Jennifer, Molly. There's a bit of difference here. A bit of difference for sure. Like, I didn't get the perspective right on this leg at all. But having this hand doing something is interesting. So I'll ask Molly if there's any props that she'd like to have. You do have an ice cream maker? Listen, Celador, I clocked it. And I clocked it. I think I want the arms and torso to be a bit larger too. So let me turn the head up. Let me turn the back up. Maybe not as up. Let me actually just grab the legs, separate the legs, the hips, and back. There we go. Sometimes when you're in these trickier poses, you just gotta be patient. All right. So we have our situation here. There we go. We have our neck. This is pretty good to start. So I'm gonna merge the front here. And I feel like I want this to be larger. Yeah, probably larger. And maybe a little bit further. Okay, I like that. Yes, Celador, you in the front. Yeah, I like that proportion a lot more. Hi, Tony, how are you? Yeah. Let me do this. There we go. Oops. Ah! Oh, the whole back. Let me just... I think this looks pretty good. Used to have a hand crank shave ice maker. Ooh, did you use it a lot? Or did it get allocated to the back of the cabinet? Does Molly have a tail? Not a long tail, but like a rabbit tail or short tail? That's a good question. Molly's a bat, a vampire bat spider. So maybe, but it would be really short if she did. Because bats usually don't have much. Like bats will usually have like if you want to think about a bat, and it depends on the species, but bat, if we're looking at them, here's the torso. Usually their little leggies are like this, and then their arms are this. There's some fingers here, their elbow, and then their little tail is a little nubbin, and then it just kind of all goes out from there, like a big membrane here. It's usually just a little nub. It's like a really tiny little nubbin. Yeah, a little tiny nubbin. So if Molly does have a tail, it's a little tiny nubbin, which we could include there. I'll have to ask. Molly, do you have a tail? Asking for a friend. Also, the thing here is that Molly's ears are so big. I want to make sure that we're seeing them. There's a spider abdomen back there. Ooh, okay. Do you happen to have a picture of that or a sketch of that? Because I could imagine that it's actually going to come out about to here. Like this. Something like that. Is that on a different... Yeah, it is. Okay. Something like that. Couldn't crank fast enough because my weak baby arms as a kid, so the shavers would melt before I could fill the bowl. Oh, something like this. Little abdomen. Or maybe it's like slightly smaller, further back. Something like that. Gotta be careful not to get the head too close to that. There we go. And I'm gonna rotate this actually, just to give the ears more space and also give the abdomen a bit more space. Yeah, that's cute. Give the cheek a little bit of a squish. Give this eye a bit more of a squish. We have our big old lashes too. And then, yeah, and then our hair kind of come out here. And then our ears have some room. Hi, Zombie Wings. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, we have this big dramatic shape here. Big dramatic shape. How I vividly picture the meme of Asuka telling Shinji to crank that. I actually think too, oops, hold on, I'll copy, but I think we could also kind of tilt the ears. The ears will be separate, so Molly can move them however is best suited, but we want to make sure there's plenty of room. Yeah, we're going to encounter a problem with some space, so I might make a little bit smaller. But to be fair, Molly doesn't have to be gigantic. This is a big canvas, a big ass canvas. I think too, we can also make this a little bit more interesting by having some like background elements. So Molly does not have to be gigantic. That's cute. So we could do like pillows and stuff. And yeah, I'm thinking like this. Kind of have the ears like flopped this way. Ears flopped, which looks nice. All right, let me see. Let me see. Oh, pictures. Oh, cute. Yes, thank you. Ah, and the bed. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Oh, is that a coffin bed? Molly's fucking cooking. Molly's cooking. Oh, it's so cute. All right. Oh, cute. All right, all right. Let me take a little screenshot of the abdomen here. Actually, this is really helpful. Let me just grab this copy image, not link. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. All right, all right. We've got some updates. Bam, updates. Molly's all covered here. Oh, perfect. This is great. Okay, so we have this big old abdomen here. Can't see under my sketch. With a pentagram on it. Look at how cute it is. Okay, okay. So we have a big old abdomen and the shoulder blades and right at the bottom of the ribs looks to be, or actually right near the hip is where those extra arms are applied. So it's quite a wide abdomen. All right. All right, we're going to just turn this back on. So it's a wider abdomen. So we're just going to work on going back and forth with this, making sure that it looks right. Get our proportions how we want them. Here we go. Just trying to squish this around. There we go. There we go. An abdomen is quite a bit wider here, which means that well, good news is that this is going to be moving around, so I'll be careful with the hair. I don't want to create too many tangents, but we can probably make something look nice here. Abdomen's pretty wide. Let me make sure that and it has a little bump it there. It's almost like heart shaped on the back here, so maybe I can just kind of curve that in. Hi, Wobble, how are you? Okay, and then we have those extra arms as well. So here is our example so far of the abdomen. It's really fluffy, really cute. Okay. And then the arms, let me might be doing something fun with those. I'm tired, but I'm good. How are you? I'm doing great, thank you. Had some technical issues that are still sort of happening because of Twitch. I tested my internet. I did what I could. So we have these extra arms. So it could be kind of fun to have them here. Let me make these, and then so the arms connect to the shoulder blade and then about here on the rib. So we could have maybe the arms or like the extra legs are doing something, right? So like maybe this one is like, there's something here. It's touching the surface that we're on. And then this one, maybe it's posed like forward, something like this, or something like this where it curves in front. So we might be able to do something with that, making sure that the legs don't interrupt anything super important, but we do have a big open area here, so we can kind of pose it there. We also have a lot of this abdomen that we can kind of cover. And then the other leg, maybe, let's see, thinking that it would be kind of starting like here. If we wanted to have this leg back here, kind of like stretching, it would kind of look a bit like this. That's kind of fun. It's not as curved as it could be, but it is cute. And this other one would be pretty much hidden. We wouldn't really see that. Let's see. Yeah, we could keep it like that. I like that. There's like this kind of, but this almost looks a little bit more like it's this one, like on the other side, which is, it's just stretched out. So honestly, we might not even see too much of this one unless we have it like curve in the front here. So it's obscured except for when it comes around, which I think is fun, kind of like hugging around the arms. I think is kind of makes it feel a little bit more like a little intimate. There's something really fun about the legs curving around the shoulder there. We're just gonna fill in some of that empty space anyway. There we go. Also, too, we have some blank space on the thigh here, so having this leg kind of covers up some of that empty space that we would have had on the thigh anyway. I like that. I like that. Also, if you have arachnophobia, I'm so sorry. This is a very arachnophul. Arachnophul. We're gonna do a bigger little abdomen here. Maybe I can curve this up a little. I will probably draw the abdomen as its own separate piece, so the body will be full underneath and the abdomen can be moved as its own. If anybody's curious about how I would go about separating these pieces, this is probably something too that I would go through with Molly to make sure that things are separated enough or they're not separated too much. But if I were to separate this, obviously my upper arm would be a piece, my forearm would be a piece, the palm, all 3 fingers would be separate pieces. My goodness, dear heavens, I almost forgot to get my cringe and gay readings. Oh, they're so low. Same with this side, we'd have all that. Each side of the chest will probably be its own. This pelvis will be its own piece. The leg. Maybe I should have forgotten. That's so sad. That's so sad. All right, hold on. Let me keep those. Let's get these a little bit bigger or a little bit more opaque. There we go. All right, let me group these together. So I think we have a pretty good, I like the proportions of this. I think it's really playful. And then I may see if I can just make bigger in the front. Give a little bit more perspective in this piece, just so Molly can be as big as possible in the front here. There's the before, after. There's just a lot more interest happening now, which I'm actually going to merge my sketch. Let me grab everything here in the front. Probably was a mistake, but let me just push out to the side a little. There we go. Yeah, so now we have a bit more perspective happening, which I think is nice. It's a little bit more interesting. Oops. We're gonna just kind of... Okay, and each of these two legs is going to be separated. Everything will be separated out, so that'll actually not be too difficult to plan. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy that we have this reference. Going to be very helpful. We got the beans as well. Heart-shaped toe pad or little pad there. We get some detail on the belly as well. Yeah, okay. Nice. So I actually wasn't too far off with the feet. I might actually give them a little bit more bend than I did before. They've got a little bit more bend to them. Something a little bit more elegant like that. Something like that. Yeah, heart shape. I actually was like, yeah, heart-shaped little pad. And then, lo and behold, 'tis true. Okay, yeah, we have a little bit more of a foot shape here. And then, yeah, so this will be full art beneath, so Molly can move this however. Okay, I think this is a pretty solid start. I think the only change I'll make is I'm gonna move this down just a smidge. There we go. That's all just a little less congested. Nice. Yeah. Okay. So let's make this a little softer. And let's get into some detail now. Oops. Come here. Come here. Oh, it's locked, of course. All right, I'm going to move this just so I can see it a little better. There we go. And I may, to give some room for text, because I'm assuming that starting soon is going to be happening, I want to make sure that there's enough room for movement as well. So maybe these ears are given just a smidgen less, a little smidgen less length, just a little less, so that they can move a little bit more freely. There we go. Yeah, there's a bit more movement for those now. And then let me look at the sketch that Molly sent for a bedroom. Oh, cute. I love how Foster's home this style makes me feel. Ah, so cute. Okay. I haven't finished this yet, LOL. Okay, so we have a big coffin-shaped bed, plushes, and all sorts of stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna keep it kind of simple. My cringe is being derailed from my IBS acting up, I swear. No, you're fine, you're fine. Here, let me see what I make you feel better. Oh. Sorry. Sorry, the cringe is pretty strong today. Oh my god. Sorry about that. Okay. I made it worse.
Why are you gay?
Okay, we got the same amount of gay, so I don't know what to tell my wife that I'm 27% gay now. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what to tell her. I don't know what to tell her. All right. There might be a little bit more tweaking to do to this, but I think we're definitely in the right spot, I think. Yeah. Oh, yep. I think that's great. All right. Let's do some detail now. The background, I think, so the bed, depending on which way we're facing, the bed could, like, big pillows can be back here. And then we'd have, the comforter, the bed itself. It kind of, and then we have the big, like, top of the casket, like, up here. So we'd have that, like that quilted inside of the casket in here. I know this doesn't look like quilting, but this is kind of what we'd have here. And then we'd have some plushes and things here. And then the background has what, stained glass? Over there. Oh yeah, a lamp. A little table. Cute. Everything's kind of set in a little deep as well. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's a good amount of cringe you got there. All right, so we're going to put like the inside of the casket, the top side of the casket. We're going to have a little bit of that stained glass out here. So maybe a little bit of the...
Why
And then
are
we're
you
going
gay?
to have more stuffies and things. I feel like I've made the bed huge, but Molly is tiny. Molly's little. So compared to the bed, I mean, maybe it's a king size bed, queen size bed. Molly's a queen, so. The little sketch. I'm not gonna share too many sketches because I want you guys to be surprised. But this is one of the monitors. This little sketch. This is one of the monitors on the desk. Oh my god. I don't know who that little guy is, but living their best life. All right, I think we can kind of suspend our disbelief, have this bed be really big and cushy. I think that's fun. I think that's a fun idea, having a really big, cushy bed with a bunch of stuffies on it and just kind of comfortably living life. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, we love a little guy. Hi, Pansy. We love a little guy. All right, so I'm going to just kind of keep this all as my... We're going to make these 100%. We're going to... actually... I'm going to make this a little less. Then I'm going to merge it together. Okay. All right, now we can get into our detail. So, eyes are nice and big and wide. That little guy, it's Gandalf with the big naturals. No, you're right, you're right. Okay, so we have these big, big eyes. Oh, there's more eyes. I only saw those. There's the ones on the cheek as well. I totally missed those. All right, so we're going to have some down here as well. Let me add that onto the... Gasp! Hold on. My keyboard's blinky blinking red, which means it needs to be charged. Silly keyboard. Tricks are for kids, and you're tricking me out right now. Okay, hold on. Let's plug it in. There we go. Okay. Keyboard plugged. Problem solved. Okay, so in this, we have a little eye underneath as well. Follows the contour of the bottom of this eye. Makes sense. Yeah, okay, all right. I just wanted to kind of get that in there so that I was making sure I wasn't missing it. All right, so the eyes are really nice and big, and I kind of want to maintain that. I don't want to get rid of how large the eyes are. And then the nose is actually bigger than what I have. And then little fangs and things like that. Okay, so I'm excited about that. Let me actually, real quick. Where's my text? There we go. Hold on. Let's go to properties. No. There we go. Bam. Move this over here. More text. There we go. I always like second guess how many L's I've included. Okay, so I'm gonna start by trying to capture... Let me actually put some stabilization on for this. The way that I usually work on stuff is I'll do like a really rough pass that I put a lot of like mushing around. Like I really smash the crap out of it. And then after that I go in with like a cleaner sketch just to kind of make sure that I have everything I need. Huge eyelashes here. I'm not going to skimp on the eyelashes. Not at all. Big, big eyelashes. Actually, I'm going to make sure that they're a little bit straight just to kind of get that same effect, but I'm not going to hesitate. I won't hesitate. Make sure that they're nice and big and full. I love good eyelashes too. This is something too where I'm probably gonna have to talk to Molly about separation, how much separation or how little separation is necessary for the eyes. Because I would assume we need a top lash, bottom lash, all the little individual lashes separated. Um, the iris, possibly the pupil as well. Highlights, of course. We're gonna actually, there we go. Maybe a little bit more open, actually. A little bit more open. Yeah. And then we're gonna really emphasize the squish of this near one. But I don't want it to look like Molly's just like staring. mm. Yeah, I think the more closed. We'll just do like a happy medium. Not quite as closed as my sketch, but not quite as open as what I had. There we go. There we go. Do I want another little lash there? That could be cute. Another little bit here. We'll see. We'll see. I'll see after I get the big details. There's piercings, there's the little nose. I want to make sure that I get everything looking right. Got this lash. We'll probably do a couple other lashes, some smaller ones. But I don't want them to interfere with the eye that's underneath. I don't want to interfere with this additional eye. Distort. There we go. And then I think I might actually change the shape of the eye a smudge, have the wider part of the eye be closer to us rather than farther. Yeah. I think that looks good. Cute. Yeah, I like that eye shape a lot. Then we're gonna have a little bit of an eyelid here. A little bit of eyelid. And then we're gonna have this another eye up here instead of an eyebrow. There's just an additional eye. Oop, 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 oop. There we go. Yeah, a whole other eye up here with its own little eyelashes. Cute. All right, so we're gonna do something like this. Let me make my sketch line a little bit smaller. And we're gonna treat it like an eyebrow almost. But of course, it's an eye. It's a whole other eye. It's actually a little bit smaller than that. So let me make sure. Let me actually do a different layer. I'll do the first eyes first, the main eyes, and then I will work on the little ones. True love. Okay, let's just use this as a base on the other side. Get it sort of positioned. Distort, perhaps. There we go. There we go. If they were to wink, it would be 1/6 eyes winking or like all the eyes on one side winking. That's a good question. I feel like it'd be cute to have them all wink in different ways. It could be kind of funny that way. All right, so we're kind of doing this squished cheek moment, which I think is really fun. Just gonna see if I can't move this a little bit. Little squish to the face. There we go. Just a little bit of extra. Kind of fan that out that direction instead. There we go. Yo, that's already turning out really cute. Already very cute. I think that's great. Yeah, starting from really broad detail to really fine detail. Maybe 3 of 6 of the eyes wink, but it's every other eye. That is kind of funny. Hi, Golden. How are you? Okay. Yeah, that's already cute. That's already really cute. Okay. I may open this up a little bit up here just to make sure that it's not super, super closed. Yeah. Okay, so that's the main eyes. Then the secondary eyes. I'll say the secondary are the ones on top. I'm going to make them feel a bit more like their eyebrows. Looks like we could make them a smidge smaller. I had many tiny pizzas and chicken tendies. I'm happy to hear that. That sounds good. All right, maybe treat them like eyebrows. Give them their own. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. All right, a little bit more lash maybe on this far side, and then its own little eyelashes, maybe really small this time. So we're not doing so much overlapping with the first set of eyes. It was a feast, to be sure, lunch and dinner. That sounds good. Okay. There we go. What kind of sauce? Oh, that's a good question. God. Sorry, I make the mistake of looking at how many frames I've dropped. We're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm sorry if the stream's been really inconsistent. All right, and then we're gonna have a little bit of a lid to this as well. But I don't want it to look so, I don't want to overwhelm the face with so many lines, but we will be coloring those, so. We also don't know if Molly will be blinking at all in this, so that's something to ask later. Whether or not we need to make some lids, some eyelids for this, or not. Okay. I think that's a good shape. I have certain dietary restrictions. When I get chicken at Popeyes, I get their Mardi Gras mustard, which is mustard with a bit of horseradish or blackened ranch. That sounds yummy. A little tangy. Okay. So there's our secondary eyes. Then we're going to have our tertiary eyes, which are on the cheek, which are look to be the same size. So I'm going to make sure that I reflect them as the same size. Our tertiary down here. Yeah, a good like I really like honey mustard. I really like Dijon. Okay, and then I'm gonna give these some lashes as well. Maybe on the bottom, like this. Something a little bit silly. Yeah. That's fun. I don't like barbecue. Used to like the sweet and sour at McDonald's. Just sugar goop. I'm gonna give this a little bit of a line too. Yeah. And then the one over here is actually going to be probably like mostly closed just because of how squashed it's going to be from our hand. Let's try. Let's see. Let me get it positioned. Yeah, so it'd be probably positioned right about here. And I think I'm going to get this eyelash like this. There we go. I'm growing to like ranch. I was turned off from it growing up because my sister doused it on everything. Oh, that's fair. That is fair. I really liked ranch for like dipping vegetables and stuff in. Like that was my go-to, but I was allergic to something in ranch when I was really little. I don't know what it was, but I would like break out in hives. there's actually a Polaroid, not a Polaroid, a developed photo of me really little, like, draped over my dad's lap, and I'm, like, my face is all red and broken out, and I'm, like, really I was probably, like, 4 or 5, and I'm all broken out and tired and exhausted. I asked my mom, I was like, "What is this?" And she's like, "Oh, yeah, you really liked ranch, and something in ranch gave you an allergic reaction, so we were at, like, a Christmas or something where they usually have, like, a vegetable tray or whatever, and I just been doing nothing but dipping carrot sticks and broccoli into ranch and broke out in hives by the end of the night." And I was like, "Oh, explains." Let me make this a little bit lighter, my sketch underneath. There we go. We don't need it to be so crazy. I never knew true disgust till she put ranch on fried rice. Perfect. Yeah, ranch on fried rice is a bit much, I have to say. Rest in peace to your sister. She's not gone. She's just gone to us because ranch on fried rice is crazy. I'm just kidding. That's crazy though. That's kind of crazy. I'm not. Hey, listen. Enjoy what you enjoy, but also what the fuck? What the heck? What the hecky? What the heliante? All right, so we're gonna do the side of the face here. Let me double check. Yeah, we have like this cropped hairstyle, which actually looks like it follows a pattern. So the bangs follow the pattern on the face. Let me double check with this here. Yeah. Oh, there's cute little clippies. Looks like those might not be part of the reference anymore. Aw, the eyes are so cute. Okay. Yeah, this is our current reference. I love there's eyeshadow on all of these. So yeah, the hair kind of goes off to the sides, but follows a pattern on the face. So we're gonna make sure that we kind of keep the cheek nice and big, nice and full. And we're gonna get those little teeth. Something like this. Maybe not so super squished, but I want to make sure that it's nice and cheeky, you know what I mean? Something like that. Then we have our jaw, and we're going. Maybe we could probably get our chin a little bit more. There we go. Something like this. We don't need a lot of harsh definition. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let me see if we can't bring it in a little bit. There we go. Got a little bit of that squish going with the cheek, I think is very fun. And then the mouth has the little fangs and a little lower lip, and then a piercing as well. But let me get the nose actually. Nose is very heart-shaped, very open. We have a septum and the bridge piercing. So let me make sure that I get kind of like this. Very big heart shape here. We're going to just kind of make sure that we're getting like a scale that we're liking. Yeah, and then we have our bridge piercings about here. Gonna have our septum. I'm gonna maybe get this a little bit cleaned up. There we go. Something like here. We'll save the detail for later. We're not gonna be worrying about that too much. Yeah, it's a good spot. And then we're gonna have our mouth probably squish up here, curve down here, and then be like a nice little smile here. Oh, cute. All right. We're gonna kind of, there we go. Look at that. Cute. Okay. Then our lower lip here is a little bit broad, the lip. It's not so like teeny, and it seems like it's a pretty broad lip with like a a dip in the middle. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm maintaining some of those intentional. You got pizza? Let's fucking go. Hi, Tart. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. I'm your little butterfly. Got this piercing here. What? Hi. All right. I have that song on another playlist. Added to the queue. Thank you very much. Okay, and now we're going to have these fangs, which are very much. I'll have to ask Molly a preference of having the fangs be separate, like if they are separate fangs, or if they are intentionally part of the upper lip, because sometimes it's like a style choice, right? Where they're like part of the upper lip, but they are actually like separated, like they are their own thing. For now, I'll keep them separate. We'll just keep them separate here. But we'll be prepared to be like, hey, do you want them to blend into the want them to blend in, or do you want them to be their own separate item? Oh, that's already coming out so cute. Guys, look at it. Oh, oh I get to draw cute people doing cute things. They could be spider chaliceae. They could be. We do have these little mandible bits right here, which hug around the side of the face. Also, let me look at the reference. Oh yeah, those kind of start where an ear would be typically. Yeah, so we'll double check if it's a style choice or if it's an anatomical choice, which it could be either. So we can always go back and forth. But this is just us sketching. This is us just trying to get some good detail. There's so much charm already in this. I'm actually thinking I might squint this eye over here because this whole side's kind of squinted. So let me see if I can't do the same for this eye. Yeah, I think. See how much personality that just added by squinting that one side? This one side's now squished real good. Cute. Yeah, I love that. Yeah. What a fun character design. Yeah, look at how much we just got by smashing that side shut. All right, and now we have these big, big pupils. Little jaw adjacent legs might be palps. Oh yeah, we're just trying to make sure that we can get our snackies to our mouths. We got them little and we keep our face clean. Let me see. Is that looks like looking a little bit to the side. We want to make eye contact. There we go. That's probably about where we'd need to be to make eye contact. Same with these little eyes. Cute. We're going to kind of thin that out a little bit. Because we have such thick lashes, we don't want this to be super thick too. Cute. Cute! I do really like this squish right here. Every time I draw something new, I don't know, my brain gets bigger, my art brain gets bigger. Oh my god. So cute. This eye maybe come in a little bit, maintain the eye contact. If you notice that the eye contact doesn't look like it's being maintained, try nudging your iris over a little bit. You'd be surprised what a couple clicks does to make your character look like they're looking at you. And I love how silly these secondary and tertiary eyes end up looking. Cute. Okay. comes alone. Thin out some of that detail too. New home. Cute, yeah. I think this is turning out great. I'm going to put pupils in all of these just because I like to get that kind of... There we go. Aw, cute. Aw. Yeah, I think this is really, really sweet. I really like this look. Do that here as well. This eye's like barely open. All right. We'll do main. Oops. Main sketch, and then I'll do pupils or irises. There we go. Drawing faces is very fun, especially when you get more than one pair of eyes. All right, let me make that just a little lighter so we can focus on what we're doing here. Yeah, very fun. Very fun. And also to our sketch in the back. Make that a little lighter too, just because it gets a little hard to tell what's going where. Yeah. Very pretty so far. So the rest of the head, the bigger, like these little bitsies, these little itsy bitsies, we're gonna have those come from about where an ear would usually come from. Yeah, if you like drawing eyes, this is the character for you. Let me see. So I actually hadn't sketched these before, but they're pretty straightforward. We can just kind of, and I might look at, hold on, let me look at a spider. Tarantula, pedipalps. The leg-like appendages near the mouth that serve sensory, manipulative, and reproductive functions. Yeah, little pedipalps. Okay, let me look up a pedipalp. I might regret. Oh no. No, they're not too bad. No, those are like little arms, littler arms, but those aren't the fangs. They're just little tiny arms, little guys. Okay, so these are, I think, more so meant to be like the fangs instead. So let me do fangs. Let me just kind of take a look. Oh man, those are crazy. Oh my god. Intense. I won't show photos to spare you. But goddamn. Oh, damn. Okay, so it's really just fuzzy and then ends with like a fucking bang. But I'll keep it kind of stylized, just kind of like how Molly has. But I will make them a little bit more pointy, I think. Synthesizer. Okay. So here is kind of what we got here for that. I'm gonna keep it kind of round. Yeah. And then a little heart shape right up here. Just to maintain that same detail. And then, but it's still going to be a little bit more intense, a little pointier than what Molly has. I might not make, obviously, this, like, these creases don't look right. It's going to be a lot fluffier, but we're just trying to get the main anatomy here. Just trying to get the main anatomy for this. How we want it posed, how far it hangs out, stuff like that. Okay, and if you're never sure, if you're not sure about something, just draw it on another layer so you can move it around. I don't want to listen to this. Oh, I don't want to listen to this. There we go. Something different. There we go. All All right, the next one will be over here. So we'll copy and paste and reflect. And it's going to be a little bit higher up, I think. Like it's kind of curved around the hand. That's fun. But I want to make sure that my eyelashes aren't being affected. Okay, I think that's fine posing. I think that's fine posing. It would actually probably be a little bit more inward. So maybe we do that. Maybe we do that, where it is kind of overlapping these eyelashes a smidge. But of course, just like everything else, this will be on its own layer, so if Molly wants to move it around and manipulate it, yes she can. There we go. Let me merge that. We'll do fangs. I'll just call them fangs for lack of a better word. But all the art will be, because this is going to be animated, all of the art will be whole underneath. It'll be uninterrupted. It'll be correct and drawn completely. So the fang, let me get the rest of the head. Why don't I get the rest of the head shape? Dome. Boom. I'll draw the hair on top. Cute. Lovely. I'm having a good time. It's kind of like a puzzle, right? Trying to figure out where the details go and how big something should be and where it should be positioned and trying to make sure that stuff doesn't overlap unless it absolutely has to. Like, um, yeah, and of course, this will be like a big discussion too later with Molly being like, "Hey, so where would you want this cut?" Like, because Molly's going to be animating it, so the communication between me and Molly is going to be more so than what I would probably usually have on a commission. But the good news is that like it doesn't take too much extra work to like plan where things are going to be cut because most of the time, I keep things separate a lot of the time anyway, but, it just depends on how separate it's too separate. Like, I'll color things in certain clusters and groupings and whatever. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. There we go. A little drinky. Okay. So, maybe these won't be as pointy just because I left the fangs kind of rounded. Hi, Snaffbird. How are you? Hi, hi, hi. Hi. Welcome in. All right, before I do the hair, let me try to do more body. Let me try to do more body. And I'm going to merge the head and the irises just to make it easier for me to... Okay. Sketch one. There we go. So, we have the neck here, the main part of the neck, just kind of curved around here. It doesn't look too bad. Maybe it would be a little further back, but I don't want it to be too far back. There we go. Last night, guys, I frosted the window next to me, but it's still too bright. So I'm going to have to block it again. So give me a second. Be right back. Hold on. I just need to block it's so hard to see anything because I'm facing this window and it just happens this time of year, this time of day. Honestly, I could just get like a curtain for it, which would be helpful. I feel like that would be super helpful, but let me just fix that right now. The frosting does help. Like having it be a little frosted has helped, but it's still too bright. Too bright in my eyes. Too bright, 5 me. So now I gotta block it out. Hi, Monstera plant. I'm sorry. Excuse me. bright in my eyeballs. Okay. Yeah, I could get like a little curtain. I think that would be helpful. But what kind of guy do you take me for? There we. Oh, so much. It's so much easier to see. Oh my god. Oh my god. Actually, you know what, guys? While I'm working on Molly's piece, I should use the model that Molly made for me. Because I would love that. I haven't used it in a bit. So let's use Molly's model. Because I love it. Someday I will commission Molly to make another one. Or maybe do an art trade. Just draw more of this. Because I would love to draw more of this. This would be a treat. A fucking delight. Okay, let me get my other model. Huh? My model. Yeah, baby. Okay. There. Make sure my little legs are visible. Just get myself kind of put there. And let me see what my, let me get my little pencil, huh? Where's my pencil? Oh, my gosh, sorry about the yawns, guys. Oh my goodness. Okay, my pencil. Ah! Oh my god, I didn't mean to turn myself over. Okay. There we go. Is that good? We like that? Is that good size? Good scale? All right. Wait, maybe my pencil should be lower. Or smaller? Wait, I have a... No. There we go. I do have a little a little notebook. All right. Or is the book distracting? Okay. I'll put my pencil back. Hold on, hold on. I'll put the pencil back. Where is it? Where did it go? It's all the way at the bottom. Of course it is. There we go. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, well, fine. That's fine. That's fine. All right. I have been made a little guy. Little guy, I have. I have been created. I am sweet little baby. We want some exciting music too. I know we've been jamming to the city pop for a little bit, but if we want a little bit more excitement, a little bit more dance moves, let me see. Let me do something a little bit more dancey. Little fella, that's me. Also, this guys, this pencil is annoying me, but hold on. It's because the pivot point's like way high. Oh, okay. No pencil. All right. Music. That's what I was doing. I'm trying to think of what playlist I want. Maybe this one. Oh God. Oh, you know what? I also have. Let's go to. I'm gonna go to model storage props. Do I have my big pen? I do have my big pen. Yatta! There we go. I'll do this instead. My pen. Okay. It might be attached to my head. Should I just put the pen in here, actually? Hold on. A pen in my big tail. That's kind of fun. Like my little legs won't be able to do it, but I can put it in my tail. That's fun. That's silly. Okay. Should I turn off the redeems for hairstyle? Because I don't want you guys having to redeem those if I'm not going to be using them. So let me do that real quick. Let me turn those off, and then we can get into it again. Then I'll get back to it. I just don't want you guys wasting your points. Stickers turn off. Hairstyles turn off. And security scan. Security scan doesn't work with this one. Unless... No, security scan doesn't work in this model. Where is it? There it is. Okay, but you should be able to throw things at me still. Ah! Okay, that works. That works. That's fine. Okay. Wonderful. Okay. There we go. All right. It's a pretty chill day on Sunday today. So we're gonna just try to get a little bit of this. Yeah, there we go. Trying to make everything look a little nice. Well, I'm gonna try to make everything look nice, but you know how it is. And let me try to, I'm gonna bend this out just a smidgen. Whoops. What did I just do? There was like a big chime. I don't know what I hit. My toolbar is all, what does, did you guys hear a chime or is it just me? What is going on? That's crazy. Okay, I did something silly. All right, I'm gonna save and I'm gonna turn off. I don't know what happened. I hit a hotkey and I heard a chime and I was like, huh? And there was like a big like orange bar around the outside of my Photoshop window and I got scared. Okay, the bar is gone. What the fuck? That scared me. What the fuck? Okay. I don't know what I clicked. I was trying to like transform the path. I must have hit some shit. I don't know what I did. No, it's looking a little too high. Yeah, I don't even know what I hit, but I hit something and it made a little chime noise and I got freaked out. Okay. Just trying to make this look elegant and nice. All right, so let me turn on this reference. Yeah, we can't forget the fur markings here, the little heart-shaped things. We don't want to leave those out. But everything else seems pretty straightforward. So we're gonna just treat it like we normally would. There we go. Pretty normal anatomy here. Yeah, probably add some fluff and stuff later. Yeah, just trying to keep it a little bit simple right now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I want more exciting music than that. Hold on. Well, actually, you know what? Hold on. We'll leave it. We'll give this playlist a chance. It gave us a sleepy song to start, but maybe it'll give us a little bit more exciting stuff. So far, so good. There we go. There we go. Fluffiness around the paw here. Wondering We could maybe have like a little bug or something that she's got her hand on. Little beetle, little creature. Trying to keep it looking soft and round. Yeah. I love drawing arms. I don't know, something about it. I have a lot of experience drawing arms. From working in animation, you draw arms a lot. They're how you get a lot of expression out of your character aside from the face. Okay, and so this hand, I think we'll have the base of the hand here. And then our fingers, I'm thinking I'm going to keep them really big and chunky. So something like that. Keep them really big and fluffy and soft. And then this one have be up a little bit. Maybe a little less bulbous. I have them a little bit too round, I think. A little bit too round. But you have to start somewhere or else, you know, you're like, I don't know how much I should, like how much I want to stylize this and how much I want to leave it. This one could actually stand to be curled in a bit, I think. As if it's a bent finger. Yeah, like this. Here we go. And then we have our little bit of a the nail right there. Okay, with that being bent, that changes some of my anatomy here a little bit. Hi, dear. How are you? Adding like a knuckle to this anatomy, like a secondary knuckle, is. Hold on. There we go. That's not too bad. And I could stand to make that a little bit. Yeah, there we go. How you doing, dear? I hope you're doing well. Hi, Thing. How are you? I'm gonna shape the end of this a little bit better. And then we're probably gonna make sure that we have a defined second knuckle like the others. And kind of like get that. And then, yeah. Then we have our big beans. Hi, Mindy. You're so cool. Oh, thank you, dear. I love you too. I'm good. I'm good. A little eepy. That's kind of how it is today. Playing Repo. Ooh. You're being really brave. Being so brave about it. Yeah, that definitely looks better. Giving it a second joint. And let me reduce some of the nail there. Okay. Oops. We'll kind of just leave that for now. I haven't played Repo in a minute. Okay, so we have these fingers. All three fingers will be separated from each other. And the palm will be separated. So if we want extra movement. And then I'm thinking of getting a little beetle, just putting a little beetle in there. A little guy. Like a spider would be expected. Okay. Let me see. Let me find a fun beetle. Cool. Large beetles. Because Molly loves bugs. Molly loves bugs. Getting Hercules beetles. I begin to figure you out. What's this guy? Oh, a Dynastus Titulus. Titulus. Just kidding. I love the shape of this guy. Figure you out. Oh, that's a pretty beetle. I'm just trying to find a fun little guy for Molly to have. Like a little friend. There's so many huge beetles, guys. Jeez. Oh my god. Who's this little guy? Oh, an American rhinoceros beetle. He's so silly. Oh, he's so round. What are you? Ah. Oh my god. I do have a Discord. Hi, Vex. How are you? You can just do exclamation point Discord. Get that linky. Oh. So shiny. Okay, hold on. Okay. Of course. All right, everybody. If you guys are afraid of buggies, I know this is definitely this piece is definitely full of bugs. I forgot the wings on the by the head. Well, good thing there's a bunch of room right here. I'm gonna put a picture of a little beetle on the screen. So I'm sorry. So just giving you a warning that I'm gonna be putting a beetle on the screen. Look at him. He's so round. Look, he's an American rhinoceros beetle. Look at how roundy. He's so arched. And I'm thinking of doing something like this. Giving this little guy, like a little beetle right here. So let me just cut him out, actually. Hold on. Tolerance, we're gonna do 50. All right, I'm just trying to grab the basic outside of this little guy. And I'm going to put him there as a placeholder because I think he's stellar. Look at him. He would be like right here. Oh, I don't know. But it's like she's like petting a beetle. A little guy. We'll keep him under there. Perfect to put something in the hand is what I'm. Hi, Mary Berry. How are you? Hi. Are you ready? I'm your little butterfly. Hi, everybody. How are you? Yes, this is Molly. This is Molly's newer design. Molly is linked in the title as well. Also, Molly made this Furby model of mine, so I'm excited to be drawing this new piece for Molly. Also, this illustration is going to be animated by Molly, so it's going to be really fun. Okay, so let me go back to my original sketch here. In all the city slicker. Okay, so we have whoa! Oh my god. We're gonna have this up here as well. Shoop, shoop. Yeah, oh, perfect. Nice. What was I even worried about, huh? All right, we have that one. Let me turn off this ref. My ball. Yeah, the design is super cute. Molly's been working really hard on it. And I'm really lucky that Molly is wanting me to draw this as like a starting soon screen, which is really fun. I believe these are behind the ears, so let me clear that out. Right? Yes. Yes. It's like attached, but like behind. Okay. 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 Lovely. And then I know that the legs have them as well. Or the heel. They're on the side of the leg. Just found job board for remote work only. That's fun. That's a cool resource. So that on the outside here, oops, that's my little beetle. let me just copy this then. Yeah, little spider vampire bat. We love it. We love it. Okay, let me make this tinier. Yeah, a little tiny. We'll keep that there for now. 30. Merge. Oops. Give me all of your love. Give me something to dream about. Ba, ba, ba. Yeah, Molly loves drawing creatures and little guys, and so if you like that kind of thing, I think you're gonna love it. I think you're gonna love it. I recommend you follow Molly if you don't already. Real thing. Feels light. When you give me all of your love, give me something. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. And Molly's been on stream before, but it's been a minute. On my stream, that is. It's been a minute since we've hang out with Molly. But Molly's really fun. I highly recommend. Bust. There we go. Of your love, give me something to dream about. Gonna try to give a little bit of a better shape, maybe. No, leave that like that. There we go. And so Twitch doesn't have a fit. We're just gonna pretend. We're just gonna pretend. Thanks, Twitch, for making us scared to draw anatomy of any kind. There we go. Twitch is like, hey, do you want to be afraid of drawing any base of any character? And be like, yeah, totally. I would love that. Just say that they're man nipples. These are the nipples of a man. Male presenting nipples. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's just silly. It's silly because we had, was it for like what, a week? A few days? There was a reduction in there was like a specification of like artistic nudity versus like just other nudity and stuff like that on Twitch. And I think it was really only a few days before people just abused that boundary so strongly, so quickly that Twitch immediately rolled it back. Twitch immediately rescinded the stuff, which is fucked. I remember that there were a lot of people that were like there were a lot of people that were posting lewd content, or they were wearing as little as possible, or they were like showing blatantly inappropriate, like not just like, oh, being like nude to be nude, but like there were people that were basically getting like into softcore porn territory. And Twitch is like, wow, okay, cool, then let's just get rid of the any kind of extra bone we were going to throw for artists, and we're just going to reverse all of the anything we just did. And it lasted like, I want to say only a couple days, like not even a week. I think tasteful nudity should be allowed. Absolutely. In the 18 plus streams, the problem is that Twitch is not good at enforcing its 18 plus spaces. They had the mature content warning, which that mature content label, I think only happened maybe like a year or two ago, where they actually allowed you to start marking your streams as mature content. That one VTuber, Marina or whatever her name was, super big offender of this. There were tons of people, not just VTubers. There were people that were doing like live like I'll say flesh tubing but like film. They're on camera, like actual people, like just blatantly In order to get away with some of this, there are people that were like they weren't wearing anything, but they were like sitting on like a clear chair, like so it wasn't like directly. It was very, and they had like odd camera angles. Like it really was people pushing the boundary of like what was actually acceptable on purpose, like not because they were like, oh, finally some of the boundaries have been lifted. It was no, we're actually pushing this. We're pushing buttons. Yeah, it was shortly after the CCLs came out. Yeah. I remember when Twitch was mad about VTuber thighs. Yeah, it's still something that I'm just here drawing. I'm drawing like a tasteful like pinup of a cute character, but it's still so easy to be afraid that you're going to get like knocked. Thankfully, I've never been knocked you know, for any of the stuff that I've done on Twitch, like any of it. So,
Ugh.
yeah, I know.
Brother, ugh.
Brother, I know.
What's that?
What's
What's
that,
that, brother?
Yeah, I know, I know, I know. So yeah, there were people that were keying out their clothing to show their screens too. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just so I don't know. Like I feel like we can't have anything nice. And the thing is, if you like to make adult content, like triple X adult content, there is no shame in that. Hey, listen, get your bag, do what you got to do, live your life. Not my business. You know what I mean? Like, so there's absolutely no shame or no flame for adult creators, people that are doing sex work. Like, there's no shade. In fact, like there should be more less stigmatized areas for people to do that, but there are things like Fansly and OnlyFans, and there are places to stream this content. Though the thing is to be said, not all content that's oriented towards adults is like triple X sex work content. So there is a difference, but the thing is that it's like Twitch just doesn't want to exclude like a younger audience, but does at the same time, and they just don't want to pick a side of the fence to be on. So here we are, where it's like you're afraid to draw like the base of a character because they're technically nude. I'm on like a 20-second delay. All right, give it a refresh. I've throughout this whole stream I've dropped like 30,000 frames. And that's not an exaggeration. It's 29,889. It's because Twitch has absolutely shit the bed. So if you give a cheeky refresh, you should get some updated broadcast, hopefully. Yeah, adult content's fine, but there are places for absolutely. They want both cakes and ad revenue. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is that there are tons of ways that Twitch could be better utilizing their platform and making more money. I mean, the thing is that the fact that someone has to go to YouTube for you to watch a VOD or like any kind of video content, I feel like if Twitch really wanted to, they could make a video platform for streams, very similar to what YouTube's done. But they haven't. And they tried doing like the short form content with like stories. I rarely see stories from other creators. There's no real incentive to scroll through them. Whereas like if you're on YouTube Shorts or TikTok, like the scrolling's crazy. Like you scroll forever. Yes, I've been having for the past like month or so, I've been having a lot of trouble with stability. My bitrate crashes even though my internet speed is fine. Like everything is fine. And I get crazy bitrate drops. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's been pretty frequent in the past like month or so. Yeah, it seems to have held out. It's holding down the fort for now, but I'm at 29,889 frames lost. Last time my stream dropped frames, I got so bad that I crashed 3 times. That's crazy. This is also too, at the very beginning of the stream, before I was a half hour into stream, I'd barely even started doing anything, and I'd already dropped almost 10,000 frames just within the first 30 minutes of stream. So I did completely restart my computer, I tested my internet and everything, and it's just nothing I can do about it. Are you feeling okay? You look uncomfortable. Eat some Snickers. Don't mind me, but this is some good yapping. Hey, I'm happy that you like it. I'm happy that you like it. I'm here to yap. I'm here to yap. I really enjoy like talking about talking about art and talking about process and stuff like that. I don't know, like the thing is the content is different for everybody. Different people like different things, and there are totally different places on the internet to go find those things. I feel like I'm not an expert by any means. There are a lot of smarter people, more qualified people out there that could tell you better, more accurate information. But as somebody who's been using and uploading to Twitch, like and being a somewhat active member of its of its platform, I feel like it's just kind of I don't know. I feel like people definitely want more from it, and they're just appealing to ads and ad revenue. When in reality, I mean that ad revenue isn't even going to the people that are creating things on the platform. A fraction of it goes to the creators themselves. Um, yeah. I've had some where I drop 60% of my frames for a solid 5 minutes. OBS will forcefully disconnect and switch servers for me. Yeah, it seems stable now. In the past 10 minutes, I haven't dropped anything, but like I mentioned, I've dropped a lot. It's been a minute since I've dropped. Mandy's a good yapper. Checks notes. Professional goober. Yes, thank you. My last stream, I accidentally opened up the wrong folder and it was full of boobs out fairy I drew when I was like, oh, I hope I don't get in trouble. Yeah. Oops, more boobies. Granted, this is me using TB. I'm putting out 120 frames per second because I'm supporting 3 resolutions. So it just does 201010 instead of 63:3. That's crazy. A lot of that I don't even fucking understand. My brain isn't big enough to understand that. My brain ain't. I mean, I ain't there. Okay, I'm gonna actually take this whole hand actually, because I think this could be pretty much the same hand. Maybe not. I am not what the kids like to call technologically advanced. I am just good enough. It's forever since it's been better. Oh yeah, look at that. I'm flying for. I'm gonna make it a smidgen smaller, but that looks pretty good to me. Looks pretty good to me. Love you till the day that I die. Till the day that I die. Till the light leaves my eye. I went through a phase where I drew tastefully nude fairies. That shouldn't be. It's not a phase. No, that sounds awesome. Honestly, romance novel win. Romance novel win. Yeah, same hand, different side. Looks pretty good. All right, we're gonna just smear everything in her. Yeah. Yeah, actually, despite it being the same hand flipped, it does actually look like a totally different. That's kind of fun. Hold on. I feel like this could be a little bit more like that. Yeah. Okay, and then we're probably just gonna do the bottom of the hand here. Yeah, looks good. I like that. Cute. Draws boobs. It's not a phase, Mom. Yeah, it's not a phase. Oh my gosh. I got some water. Yeah, I mean, this isn't risque in any sense of the word. But I'm just like, man, Twitch is gonna come find me and they're gonna shoot me in the head in Minecraft. They're gonna kill me in Minecraft. Speaking of, let me get some little items. Let me get some more items on my. This model, I love putting stuff on, just because it's, I don't know, because I'm a little guy. I like putting stuff on this model. Oh no, I'm so tired. I'm sorry. Whew. A very cute pinup. Yeah, it's very tasteful. And also, too, it's similar to a pinup I've done before, but I think it's a nice example of like how I've grown and how I've learned as an artist just in the past few years. Showing a clothed spider abdomen. Demerit. Yeah, demerits on my Twitch record. Though to be fair, I haven't been banned. I haven't had a slap on the wrist. I've been pretty safe. Knock on wood. I've knocked. Let me see here. Oh, should I put the la boo boo? La boo boo. La boo la. This fucking thing. My son. Me and my little boy. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. There. Small Mandy and then smaller Mandy. Okay, let's see what else there is. Oh, I'm yawning like crazy. I got enough sleep. I slept really well, actually. I slept really well. I don't know what that's about. You and your son and your son. Yeah. I slept so well. I've only gotten notifications with Twitch getting mad about copyrighted music. Yeah, I haven't had one. I haven't had a copyrighted music claim yet. I have my stuff separated, but still. Let me see what else I have. Ooh, we gonna be dumb. What about? Yeah. There we go. Love. Perfect. I've gotten VODs muted from games more than music. Yeah, I have gotten stuff muted because of games. It actually very silly. It's only been Kingdom Hearts so far that I really remember that I got. So, and then everything else, it would be either a moment where I was singing something because my tracks have always been separated. So if I was singing something, and sometimes it will be completely unrelated for whatever reason, I'll just have something muted and be like, okay, all right. All right, bruh. Oh yeah, the little beetle. I'll have to see what Molly wants to put there. But I have this little this little guy, this little rhinoceros beetle. Oops. Beetle. Beetle. There we go. A little guy. Simply a little fella. You know? Just a little pet little guy. But I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. Web fishing's ocean sounds have muted my VODs oddly. That's so weird. That's so strange. Base beetle admiration. Yes, beetles what arm at will help me. Yes, yes, look. Ah! Oh, God, please. Yeah, no, he's just a little baby down there. Okay, so now that I have the front, I'm really liking. I want to do the hair next. I wanted to do the stuff around the hair. The ears, maybe I do those first. They're pretty simple. They've got the front, they've got the back, they've got earrings on one side and a notch on the other. So that's pretty straightforward. And I might save the I always get a little worried about my VODs will get muted from me doing brawls from some of the tracks I use. But so far it's been fine. Oh, okay. I wonder if that's like a white noise registering as random songs because the frequency happens to trigger something kind of deal. Oh, that might be why I sometimes get like it's very uncommon that I get um copyrighted like or muted audio. I've never gotten a copyright strike, so that's good. But if I get like muted audio, it's very uncommon. Very uncommon. So I'm gonna try to do like this. Something like that. Maybe a little bit. Kind of mimic our eyes being a little bit more squished. There we go. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Something like that. That's where the dark fur and the light fur meet around the face. Ooh, breakfast sounds good. It's currently 4 p.m. for me, but breakfast sounds good. Do you mind sharing what you made? Okay, so we have this. We have these little fangs as well, which I'll have to consider when I'm drawing the hair. But they look pretty good. I'm not mad about that. We're going to lock those still. Pretty close to lunch. Oh, brunch. Yum. Ears, that's right. This song is so sad sounding. Let me move to something else. Bam. I had a late breakfast. I made a scramble with peppers, onion, ham, potatoes, and Thai tea. Thai tea sounds so good right now. Let's go. Yeah, yeah. Doopy 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 doot doot doot. I don't need your love. Yeah, I think this is coming out great. There's always a moment when I'm getting my sketch like cleaned up a little bit where I'm like, oh, I don't know. And then when I get into it more, I'm like, okay, okay. I'd share, but I've concocted something super weird. That's okay. Hey, you don't gotta share nothing. You don't owe me anything. How about that? You don't owe me nothing. Made a picture of Tai Chi. So I still have some for later. Oh, I want some Thai tea so bad. Oh, I don't get Thai tea very often at all. Then you look and you're just sweating. Yeah, at really when I got it how I wanted it to be, I was like, okay. And then as soon as I got the eyes and like the mouth and everything, I was like, okay, yeah, this is gonna hit. There's always I never doubt myself. Like I don't ever doubt that I can do something. But there's always, no matter what, there's always a moment where you're like, I don't know if I'm gonna, you know what I mean? Hi, Faye. Long time no see. I had a name change, by the way. It's looking so good. Molly's gonna love it. Oh, yeah, thank you. I hope you've been doing well. Welcome in. Okay, so the ear has like this big. I really love. It's almost like a butterfly wing, is what this makes me think of. And we have like the. Hey, hey, on your door. My moment's always like, is that tit bigger than the other? Going from, I don't know, am I cooking directly to buy the 9 divines? Yeah. As soon as I got the face kind of cooked up and was putting the irises in, I was like, yeah, I think this will be great. All right, a little cranky today, but hubby made me a sandwich, got some nachos for a size. Like, let's fucking go. Yeah, my wife's been a little cranky today too. I think we're all just in a little crankiness, you know what I mean? But it's like that sometimes. It's like that sometimes. Well, I'm happy to hear about your sandwich and nachos. Chef's kiss. Eh, eh, my nose itchy. Oh, guys, I saw a Furby fursuit head this person had made, and they used like bicycle brake cords to like maneuver the 3D printed eyes and mouth. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I was like, damn, that's sick. Oh! Oh, God. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, God. Not the, not the, not the that is sweaty, please. I'm innocent. What the fuck am I seeing? I'm a Furby, I guess. It's the nachos. That's crazy. I'm just a little Furby. What does it look like? Hold on, I want to make sure. Yeah, it's just round shape here.
Here's your mall fact, Mary Berry Art.
Mm-hmm.
The mall's utility corridors are kept clean and clear in order to stay in accordance with strict safety regulations.
Mm-hmm.
However, one of the oldest corridors seems to be constantly coated in a thin layer of soot. Fire marshals have found no clues as to its source.
Weird. Weird that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Just a long little fella. Yeah, I'm a long little fella. Hold on, hold on. All right, let me see what you made. Instant mac crushed 2 stale hot dog buns mixed into mac and cheese topped with 2 boiled hot dogs. Yeah, listen, that sounds good. I'm not gonna lie to you. Put some ketchup on it. Put some ketchup in it. Done. I didn't even notice the model's Furby. Yeah. I'm a long Furby. Here, hold on. And I have a little guy with me. Here. Look at that. I changed this model because this model was actually my first live 2D model that I ever had. And it was made by Evil Lad, Molly. So I was like, you know what? Since we're working on a Molly piece, I will wear my Molly skin. I'll wear my Molly skin. La boo la boo boo. Yeah, my little guy, my little son. The one and only 24 karat la malala. La malalulu. Yeah, no, you're right, you're right. And I'm just gonna go bonk, turn it the other way. Why draw twice when you can draw it once? Lovely. I am wearing a Molly skin, but not Molly's skin. Molly just happened to make this skin. All right, so we have we have two big rings in this ear. And we're just gonna kind of. All right, so we have two big earrings in this one, and then we have a notch in the other one. The way I thought the 7-stitch Labubu to get, hold on, I bought 7-stitch Labubus to get the one my friend wanted. I lied to her saying I got it on the first try. Oh, that's so sweet though. My problem is when I draw fur, I add more and more fluff lines and it's just spiky. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. It's super easy to get carried away with fur, I think. I'm just gonna. There we go. Nice. All right, we have these big ol'. Now let me do the hair. She'd kill me if she knew I bought 7. Listen, 7 is. I mean, yours was just the first one before the 8th, so. Gonna go back to lurk. Oh, well, thank you so much for lurking and thanks so much for hanging out. All right, so now we have the hair. I think I'm good to start with the hair. And then we can do more in the. There we go. Hi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I'm not always a Furby. I'm happy. I happen to be a Furby today. I gave the other ones away to my coworkers and stuff. That's sweet of you. That's nice of you. All right, now that this is like this, I'm just going to change that. Mandy, did you happen to see the Sammy discourse? I did see the Sammy discourse. I haven't ever used Sammy, but it was something that I was curious to try. But I have seen the discourse TM about the creator of Sammy or the developer of Sammy going down the deep end of supporting generative AI and then doubling down on it. And that's kind of rough. That's rough. So I hadn't ever used it, but I do know that there are a lot of people that use Sammy for various things, and so I think it's more disappointing than anything. Solo dev currently is real bad. Yeah, it seems like they were saying some weird stuff in like on Twitter and all sorts of, and in their Discord or something like that. Hell yeah, I'm happy you enjoyed your breakfast. Worth the work. Okay, we're gonna make this a little bit lighter and we're gonna start doing the hair. We have these smaller bangs, but then it goes into this really fluffy bright spot here. I could totally see Molly having like not many layers for this, which is Molly's very economical with layers. Yeah, really wavy curvy out here, a little vampire style here, and then just really big and fluffy and curly in the back. Nice. AI stuff aside, they were also really manipulative toward the other devs on the team. Oh. Ew. So not only do they like and support AI, but they're also just being a dick. Nice. We love that. We love that for them. Founders and new devs that were on the team that were left were constantly at odds with each other on what to do, what to change or update. Strange. Yeah, I don't know too much about it. There's been a lot of discourse. I mean, there's always discourse. There's always discourse happening about things. I don't know. It's just disappointing because a lot of people end up, supporting these independent developers, and they're making really cool tools that a lot of people really enjoy, and the community kind of rallies around these tools. And then you find out that the people that made the tools are tools, and then you no longer want to support them, but now your whole infrastructure has been built upon this program that is like fundamentally like, I don't know, it'd be very difficult for you to establish. I don't know, it'd be really difficult for you to like build up from the ground up. Like you'd have to remake all your stuff. And I think people are mostly disappointed in that they have to rebuild, you know. It's tough. It's tough. I can understand a lot of people being upset, not only because of the betrayal of this person and like your trust, but also now you have to like start over. When I was trying to transition to digital and how my friends would be shocked I draw on one layer. I cannot. I can simply not draw on one layer. 'Tis impossible. It's impossible for me. But also too, it really is depending on how you're using what you're drawing. So if you're just drawing for yourself and one layer is what you like to use and it's what you're comfortable with, then sure. I'm not going to tell you not to draw like that. That's not my fucking business. However, if you are making something that has to animate or you're working on something that's going to be a model, like it would be impossible for you to make it on one layer. I get a little like uncomfortable, not like in a strong sense, but I get uncomfortable when people that are making live 2D models say, yeah, draw it all how you would draw it normally, and then cut it apart, and then just spend all that time redrawing everything underneath. That bothers me so severely simply because you need to be thinking at all times what needs to move, how it's going to move, how much it needs to move. And if you just draw a picture and then like cut it up later, you're going to be leaving all that decision making and stress to like the very end of your process, basically like drawing. There's so much stuff that needs to be like thought about in the process while you're drawing something that you're doing a huge service to yourself if you don't do at least a little bit of splitting earlier on. Not everything needs to be cut up, but like thinking that there are people that will like lasso around and like cut pieces up and then fill in the back. Like it's really easy to get like sloppy finish and to not have what you need if you're not thinking about what you need to be moving and layering from like minute one. So whenever I watched like live 2D tutorials, having come from an animation background, working in professional animation as an illustrator for an animated television show, I made animated rigs, and no way in hell would we have like separated it like that. So it kind of like, I'm like, but if it works for you, it works for you. It's just creating a lot of work. It's either you do the work up front or you end up doing the same work, if not more work after. And that's not, but the thing is, again, if it works for somebody, I have no business being like, well, you're doing it wrong. You know, whatever works for you, but also it's crazy. But it also, again, depends on what you're making it for. I have a friend who paints in grayscale and then gradient maps the colors, and it scares me. I gradient map the colors in for a lot of stuff, actually. Really easy to get sloppy. This has been Mandy out of context. No, I use gradient maps all the time. They're incredibly easy to use, and you can get a lot of especially if you're drawing metallic stuff. For example, let me open up this illustration. So this illustration is all gradient maps pretty much. And you can get a lot more freedom with your color, especially if coloring is something that's really difficult for you. So let me show you real quick. The whole piece, not just, oh yes, no, I mean, the whole piece is gradient maps. I have a couple main gradient maps, 2 main gradient maps. So if I turn off this first one, I have some lighting that I've drawn around the outside. However, all of Alphonse is 1 gradient map. And then I've drawn some additional lighting and added some extra details just so that it doesn't look so stagnant. So there's that. And then in the background, we have another gradient map. So that's all, it's all grayscale. If I turn this off, you can see where some of my line work has been colored. But yeah, I drew the piece entirely in grayscale first and applied gradient maps to it. It just really depends on what you're working on. Something like this, I probably wouldn't use gradient maps for unless I had like a part of it. Like I would probably use it for like a little piece of it. But for something that's highly metallic, something that's super reflective, and I end up using gradient maps for that just because you can bring a lot of life into your shiny stuff. But since there's not a ton of shiny stuff here, probably wouldn't bother with that. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Working in grayscale, I think if you're coming from like a learning perspective, working in grayscale is really helpful to learn how to push your contrast and your values, especially if colors is something that you struggle with and get distracted by. If the thought of putting color on something is hard and you're intimidated by that, then don't use color. Just focus on getting like your composition and your silhouette and the value, like get good contrast, make sure that you can see every piece and that it doesn't like blend in too much and then once you get that foundation, you can color on top. The more I look at your long for me model, I feel like I saw your model ages ago. Oh, probably. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little baby. All right, so now the rest is all wavy curly. Always. And then these kind of poke out. So the curliness kind of goes over. This kind of will be covered up by this wavy curly hair. Hi, Jeannie. How are you? I wanna be with you. I'm gonna do no more stabilization. The hair is kind of long here. So I'm gonna probably like avoid doing too much too high up and leave it long. I do post my VODs on YouTube. I need to get some time to sit down and get my VODs uploaded on YouTube, but I do have here. You can check out my socials. You can find everything that I have there. One of my goals actually for this upcoming year is to make more videos. Like do more streams that are interesting and have them made into proper videos. And things like interviews with artists I really want to do. Things like better like art tutorials that are like more like edited, and I have one art tutorial that is over a year old now. And I would like to do more of those. Things that are like less than 10 minutes, you know. It's just that it took me so long for the one video that I made that I really am it took me like 30 hours to edit it, and I feel like I just need to get to a position where I can hire somebody who knows what they're doing. Because I can't with like streaming and work and stuff like that, I can't ah ah I can't dedicate that much time to but I want to be able to make more. So I just have to get help from others. Okay, so this kind of curves in. Night after night. Okay. I have not seen or heard anything about regular show in ages. I feel like it might have been reacting to the most unique VTuber models. Oh, really? Oh my gosh. Well, if that's the case, then I had no idea that I was even a part of that. I had no idea I was even a part of that. Trying not to have too much overlap with these eyelashes. I really want the face to be I want the face to stand out. On the thumbnail. Interesting. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe. But I definitely have not posted I've only posted VODs with this model. Interesting. Oh my god. There was a clip that someone did recently, like a little oh gosh, she does like she features different VTubers. And she made a clip recently. Let me find it. I think I could find it. Also, I know that a long time ago, over a year and some change ago, um I'd been featured by a pretty decently sized VTuber, which ended up giving me a lot of new followers and a lot of attention, and I really am super appreciative of that. Let's see. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can't find, because I know somebody did something recently. Um, let me see here. Yeah, because I had gotten Shindigs had done a feature of me over a year ago now. But let's see. I'm trying to see. It was a little bit ago, like I want to say a few months ago, when I believe Elaine, Elaine is her name, and she does a lot of features on different artists or different VTubers. So I'll have to look for it. But it's happened. It has happened a few times. Yeah, Shindigs is really cool and did a feature on me a while ago and ended up just bringing a lot of attention my way. That was before Twitter like completely hit the fan and a lot of people started moving away from Twitter. So I was still on Twitter when that happened. But now, I'm very fortunate to have a big community and it's still growing and I'm hoping that maybe someday in the nearish future we might be able to try for partners someday. But that's not really the we don't have to rush. It'll happen when it happens. Let me just try to make sure that I'm not losing any of this hair detail. Yeah. Okay. Maybe something a little bit over the forehead here. I'm just trying not to do too much here. Glad you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, with Twitch having affected the view counts so severely recently, a lot of people have been struggling. I feel like the view counts have been more accurate recently in the past, and I saw that Twitch had gone live the other day, um, and had mentioned view counts, so I'm wondering if they did reverse the bot stuff they had been doing. Putting a considerable amount of work into this space. I have put a lot of work into this space, but so have so many other people. Everybody deserves, to have support and have people that are excited to, see what they're working on and see what they're doing. Everybody deserves that. Um, but yeah, I try my best. I know there's areas that I could be doing more in, and there's stuff that I could be doing more often, and it's just a goal of mine to to get some more videos made. I do have an interviewee lined up for my first interview, my artist interview, but I haven't had the time to finish the model that I wanted to make for the interview series or any of the set pieces for it. And I'm just kind of I'm just doing my thing, you know what I mean? Okay, so for the fangs, I think I'll have them like pop out in front of these hair pieces, but just like the base. Let me see. I'm also taking into account how this needs to be layered. So I feel like I'll treat it like how Molly has it, just because I feel like that might be the best case scenario. Unfortunately, no. Twitch more so making statements about their refactoring of views on stories and clips. While the topic of lurkers was brought up, it wasn't really given formal explanation as to how exactly people are counted. I see. Yeah, it seemed like in the past few days, the count was a bit more accurate, but it's still lower than actual. So, it is what it is. At the end of the day, a lot of people that relied on lurkers are now just having to deal with the loss of that. However, a good friend of mine mentioned, and this was something that I really needed to hear. He said that people didn't actually go anywhere. It's just Twitch not counting them. So I was like, you know what? That is a good reminder. It's a good reminder to have that. Yeah, I mean, they didn't go anywhere. I have a really cool community, and I really like making stuff for them. Typed in long Fergie view through Mall Dummy, and I see Evil Lad showcase of it. Oh yeah. Molly did a model showcase of this after she'd made it. Okay, we're just kind of getting a little bit more of this waviness. I'm gonna try to do a little bit of this, just to try to. There we go. So lurkers are typically people that are still have your stream either in another tab or they're still like, maybe they're just watching. They have you on another screen while they're drawing and they're doing something else, but they're not actively participating in your chat, which is fair. I mean, a lot of people are going between streams. A lot of people are drawing or doing dishes or doing something else, and and some people are just shy and they don't want to chat all the time. Like I think that's like what I would consider like a lurker. And Twitch has been messing around with excluding bots from the count, though that really only applies to like people that are using bots and instead of viewers, like actually inflating their viewership with bots. But in doing so, the qualifications of what is counted as a viewer has been drastically changed so that people that are lurking are now being discounted as viewers at all, which is inaccurate because there are still people here showing up to support, and it's just disheartening because a lot of artists have been affected, a lot of small VTubers or just small streamers in general being dramatically affected by the people that are less active in their chat just being completely discounted, even though they're still there to support you, they're still there at your stream, and it's just kind of unfortunate. And it seemed like recently like it was getting a little better, but perhaps not. Let me just grab this. I like this shape. Caught in a bad romance. The thing is that like all lurkers, all viewers are good viewers, and it's just a shame that Twitch has just decided that they're not going to count them. Um, and I think that it's just them being greedy at the end of the day. I think it's just them being greedy, in my own opinion. But what do I know? It helps to chat on entry. Yeah, using redeems, just sh- using a wave emote or whatever, just piping in, doing your logins, your daily logins, and then like doing what you got to do, going off and living your life. Okay. I think that's pretty cute. Yeah. Always remove the equal referral on raids. Oh, that's good to know. I don't wanna be friends. I don't wanna be friends. Alright. That's good to know. Yeah, a lot of people noticed too that they weren't being brought along on raids, or that people being brought in weren't being reflected in the view count, even though it would say like X amount of people were brought in. It would like not actually change your view count to match that new amount of people, which is very silly. So I think, honestly, I think it's them like people that have ad blockers. I think they're especially excluding people with ad blockers because they want to incentivize people to I don't know, to change the fundamental structure of how they navigate the internet, which Twitch isn't worth that. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's an active decision to not count lurkers, but they won't divulge, and I guess for exploitation reasons can't divulge that they use it to constitute as a view. What they use to constitute as a view, so it's a situation where we'll never know why some people don't get counted. Yeah, and then I think the biggest thing, especially too, I remind myself, is that I shouldn't let it get in the way of me continuing to make fun things and do fun things and be excited to stream, but like it's really discouraging for a lot of people, and I just have to continuously remind myself, like, I'm not doing this because the view count is what it is. I'm doing this because I have fun and that other people have fun. And but it's super super hard to separate that when, like, for example, a lot of people are going for certain goals, like the view count is a metric for people getting sponsorships, a metric for people getting things like partner. And if you were close or approaching an area where you might be looking forward to meeting your goals, this view count adjustment completely destroys any progress you made. Um, and so it's just really disappointing for a lot of people. A lot of people had a lot of hope that they could reach partner or that they could get sponsored or they could do whatever. And it's like as if, a lot of people also stipulate or speculate that it's Twitch making it harder for people to reach partner or harder for people to reach affiliate so that there's less people that are getting paid out by Twitch. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, it's frustrating because they keep skirting around the situation. It'd be so much better if they just said, we're trying to figure out why our bot filtering also affects lurkers. Like, at least try. Yeah, yeah. Absolutely. The thing is that it feels malicious, and it might not be, but it feels malicious. So unless they give us any information, like we're just going to assume that it's all in bad faith and in bad taste. But in reality, like it could be that they were like, "Oh, we're trying to stop this one solution, but in exchange it's affecting like all these other people and we're trying to like filter that out." But like I don't know. Like there are definitely ways. If Saribot can tell when a bot comes into my chat. Also, too, there are like actual bots that are like listed in a separate area in your mod view on Twitch. So like things like Stream Elements and Coffee Bot, bots that are made just to like make announcements or like send alerts and stuff. Like they are in their own little separate area of the of your moderator screen. And the fact that like they can tell some, and obviously too, like I don't know enough to tell you why that would be. Like I don't know enough to tell you like why and how like one type of bot would be able to be registered and another wouldn't be. I don't know. I don't know. I think I want this to be like here. Do something like this maybe. Something like this. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I wouldn't be able to say. So yeah, and that's the one thing too that happens a lot. Like if a larger entity is just not being transparent, then people's immediate assumption is that it's going to be malicious. And, you know, and it could just be that like we literally don't know what's happening. We don't know what's happening to these counts, but I refuse to believe that they don't know. I refuse to believe that they don't know anything. You know what I mean? A lot of smart people working there. I mean, they keep a whole platform afloat. Hmm. Trying to figure out what shape I want for this. Honestly, it could be left short and then the back could be Hi Heavenly. Your body right. Let me put that on. Back streets back, everybody. Yeah. Rock your body. Yeah. Body. Rock your body right. Back streets back. All right. All right. All right. I might keep the bangs short. I kind of like how they look here. We'll just kind of end this like this. Or, hold on. I'll just curl it out like this. Perfect. Yeah. I'll leave it like that. And then the back of the hair will be really big and fluffy. I don't know why I got so tired. My God. I was yawning so much earlier, guys. Make sure you're drinking water. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves. Okay. Big fluffy hair in the back. Big fluffy hair. This like divide down the middle is very classic, like goth. I like that a lot. Look at how cute. Oh, yeah. Get yourself some water. Make sure you guys are drinking. Look at how cute. Ah, yeah. Split dyed hair is so fun. Yeah, it is. Watching My Hero and playing Rivals. That's fun. That's a pretty good Sunday, I'd say. All right. We're gonna have more volume over here, I think. And then maybe, we'll see, hold on. The shape is pretty like evenly round on either side. So let me turn that off. Let me just kind of get a shape because I think the hair definitely needs to be bigger. Definitely needs to be bigger, but I'm loving how this is turning out so far. I'm having a good time. Let's turn these a little bit lower. Turn the fangs off. There we go. Also, I know my butt's kind of in the way. Hold on. So hard not to be in the way with this big ass fucking. All right, I think hold on. Now that I'm kind of actually blocking the way, let me change back to my other model. I had fun using this model. I haven't used this one in a bit. So, but I'm blocking the way. I'm blocking your view. There we go. I'm blocking it. Oops, I'm blocking it. Okay, last hair we had was this. I'm doing the ponytail because I said so. There we go. I Hi, welcome raiders. Hello. How are you doing in Ink Spot? Oh my gosh, sorry. I'm trying to remember how to speak. Let me turn some of my redeems back on. Hi, how are you? Welcome in. Hold on, let me get that back up. Let me get your redeems back up. Your little blorbos. Welcome in, raiders. Hi. I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. How are you? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Did I get everything? I think I did. I think I got everything. Hairstyles, stickers, security scan. Okay. Welcome in. Holy cow, I love the thank you so much, guys. Welcome in. Hold on. Let me get there we go. Welcome in, everybody. How are you? I hope you guys had a wonderful time. What were you doing today? Welcome. Like I said, I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin. And also, if you guys like this model and you'd like to give proper credit to the artist and rigger, you can scroll up and find that this was made by a real pup who did a Q&A and got some new emotes done. That's exciting. That's exciting. If you'd like to share any of your art, feel free to send a link, or if you'd like to share your socials, you can send that too. Hi, Flux. How are you? Hi, Ethel. Hello. Welcome in. And welcome, Raiders. Also, if you guys need to raid and run and take care of yourselves, please do. All right. Feel free to get something good to eat, something good to drink. I'm currently working on a commission of my pal, Evil Little Lad. Evil Lad is a rigger and illustrator and streamer as well, and a super cool, super silly little guy. Ooh, let me. Oh, cute. All right, let me copy these. No, copy image. There we go. These are so sweet. Yeah, make sure you guys are getting your water. Make sure you guys taking care of yourselves. Look at these. Aw, I like this cozy one down here. I also like the detail of you having like drippy and melty. These are fun. I like these emotes a whole lot. Oh, cute. Yeah. Oh, I see there's like a third eye here. Yeah. I'm getting my fill of eyes. I'm getting my fill of eyes today. Oh, thank you so much for sharing these and welcome in everybody. Like I said, if you need to raid and run and take care of yourself, feel free. But if you'd like to hang out, we're gonna be vibing. We're gonna be working on this. I'm trying to get the sketch in a good place today for review. This will be a full illustration that's gonna be pieced apart for animation in sorry, I keep saying After Effects. Live 2D. Molly will be animating this herself, which will be really cool. So I'm excited to see that. Hold on. I'm super excited about it. Here we go. Fixing my headset so it's not sitting on my head in a weird way. Okay. It's 42%. There we go. Water. Oh, yeah, go get some water, you guys. Oh my gracious. Get some water, you little foinks. Got to answer a few good questions about my pilot for hitting 100 subs on YouTube. Holy moly. Congratulations on 100 subs. Hell yeah. What kind of content do you plan to make on YouTube?
Is that a shrimp or is it Mandi?
I'm not a shrimp. I'm a mannequin. You son of a gun. Or if you currently make stuff on YouTube, what kind of stuff do you like making on YouTube? Kitchen too far? Okay, well then you're gonna suffer. You're gonna perish. All right, we're gonna do sketches. All right. So now these are all on their own little group, and now I'm gonna do the hair in the background. Hair is gonna be nice and big and fluffy. Big and fluffy, and now I'm not so much in the way. That's the one thing about the Furby, the long Furby, is that the body is permanently coiled in an S. And so when it's coiled like that, my big booty's in the way. Looks at the water bowl for the cats. No, don't drink that. That's nasty. Cats are nasty. Cats are nasty. People are nasty. Dogs are nasty. All right, so the hair, I think here we'll have like something like this. And then over here we'll have the same, like a big old like really want to emphasize these curls because I don't want to lose all that curly hair. My cat's in my lap right now. She's currently not nasty. Oh, your cat's nasty. Oh, your cat. Everybody's cat's nasty. Everybody's got a nasty little creature. Everybody's a nasty little creature, and the reason that your creature's nasty is because they're simply nasty. They're like children. They're nasty little things. You're like, why are you crusty? Where did you? What did you step in? Why are you wet? And then your little cat is just like, haha, you have refused to feed me for 5 minutes, which means I am going to cause havoc and mischief in your home. And you're like, okay, all right. We're gonna do this. There we go. Something like this, kind of. I don't wanna lose any of this really fun curl. Do stuff like this. Na, 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 na. Yeah. Look at how big and beautiful the hair is. Hee hee. You're so baby though. I know your cat can be baby and be nasty at the same time. When Hasbro was auctioning off the suits from the Power Rangers once an always anniversary special, a fan brought Walter Emmanuel Jones' suit and gave it back to him. Oh, that's fun. It's her 6-year gotcha day. Oh, that's fun. Happy gotcha anniversary to your little guy, your little baby. But your baby's still nasty. I don't make the rules. As somebody who has 3 cats, I can tell you they're always nasty and crunchy. Someone help me. And I'm going to try to move this away from the hair a little bit. Someone help me. There we go. Oh, okay. It's like similar. Okay. So this is my guide, and then we're going to do a cleaner sketch on top with something that has so much complicated detail. It's just sketch after sketch after sketch. Sketch over sketch over sketch. We're going to do 100% for these, and then I'll make the whole layer, the whole group. There we go. Sketch over sketch over sketch, but that's okay. My senior doggy kind of has accidents on the floor, and Pretzel just walks through the pee puddle, dragging pee everywhere. See? Gross. They don't do it on purpose. They're just silly little guys, but also they're awful creatures. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. I got a good amount of curliness, a good amount of waviness. I really love the squish on the eyes on the one side of the face. I think that's got so much personality. I love it so much. Yeah. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are having a good time. Yes, please, someone help me. Oh, okay. I almost made a mistakey wiki. Hold on, I need to make another layer. There we go. To me. There we go. Oops. Just trying to make sure that I'm getting enough curliness. I don't want to uncurl the hair. You know what I mean? To me. There we go. Trying to make the coils kind of fun. I love curly hair. I love curly and wavy hair. I'm excited to get the opportunity sometime soon to draw more like curly hair, like tighter curls, and I don't know, I really want to try cool like textured hairstyles too. I actually got to draw somebody recently that had some really cool braids. Hold on, let me see if I can't find it. And that is done. Oops, undo. These are done. There we go. And then that's there. Hold on. Let me see if I can't find it. Whip. I don't even know where I would look. Hold on. There was a sketch that I did recently for some folks. It was a giveaway for our for Halloween. And I did, and I'm trying to remember where I would have put that. Oh, it's probably in Halloween's folder. I have a folder for every event. So everything kind of There we go. Yeah, oh, I found it. Okay, okay, okay. So these were raffles that I did. This hairstyle was really fun. Doing these, like, almost like yarn ball, like, buns here, and having these really fun braids. I really enjoyed that. I really like this hairstyle a lot. Yeah, these were also very fun to draw, all 3 of these. Sometimes when, touch my face with wet paws, I'm like, "It better be wet from you licking your paw or dipping in water bowl again, not the pee paws." This better not be piss. That's fun. That's funny. Listen, cats, stinky. Dogs, stinky. Dogs, stinky. Cats, stinky. I don't make the rules. This song's so distracting. I think Cherry Lemonade had requested this once as a song. I'm pretty sure it was Cherry. And then, and I put it on my playlist because I thought it was funny. And now every time it comes on, I get so incredibly distracted because it's just boops and blah 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 in my ear, and I'm like, I can't focus. Laboratory. Oh my gosh. Then it became a stim. No, not quite. It's just one of those things where, like, when you're talking and you're like, I cannot form words when this is happening in the background. Audio sensory is going crazy. Audio sensory processing is tanking fast. System overload. System overload. We're also going to have a lot of finer hair. There's going to be a lot of smaller hair. Actually, I do like the shape that I have here. So I'm not gonna go too far from that. Allow. I love that you got auto modded and it's all like beta feature, auto detection, but it like didn't detect it didn't say what it was detecting. It was just, I think it was just I don't know, some Automod didn't like that. Yeah, I think it was just sort of like, "Are you spamming? Are you spamming right now?" And it's like, "No, you're just being a silly little guy. You're fine. Don't let Twitch Automod get to you. You're doing great." Number 2. I don't know, man. The vibes are off. Yeah. I can't tell you what I modded this for. I just can tell you that I didn't like it. Okay. Oh, look at this hair. Be a heartbreaker. Okay. Danger. A stranger. Hey, thinking I love you. The winds have shifted with this one, yeah. And then you guys play the fattest Weddy, and then I am brought back to the bad place TM. Wait a minute, this is the bad place. If no one's ever watched The Good Place, I highly recommend watching it. It's very funny. No! Scatman! Oh! Fine, I'll put it on. I'll play it for you. Just because you used your points. Alright, it's in there. Why would I ever forking watch that shirt? I heard Marina and I clocked in. Well, hi, welcome in. Scat Sunday's crazy. Scat Sunday's crazy. We were talking about your pets being stinky. Danger, a little danger for a stranger, a player singing I love you. Breaker. The improv style music, not the other scat. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Yeah, look at this. Cute. Cute. All right. Let me some of this is like, I don't know how much I want to, because I want to make sure that I can see the whole shape. I don't want to get rid of some of the shapes, so what I might do is I might make little patches underneath. Hi, Bang. I might make some little patches so we can see everything cleanly. We're gonna do... Oh, but this whole thing is... Okay, hold on. We're gonna make these... Actually, that's fine. It's fine. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make a little patch. So I'm just going to highlight the area that I want to fill, and I'm not going to erase stuff because I still want to reference underneath of it because I'm going to be making these in pieces. Okay. There we go. That's nice. Okay. Have you listened to Marina's new album? I have not. Can you play Bubblegum Bitch instead? You want Bubblegum Bitch instead of Scatman? I can do that. I can do that. Let me go to my queue. I want to remove it from queue. Hold on, hold on. I'll add that. Okay. There you go. Very funny. Okay, so I have a patch here underneath the hair. We're gonna do hair front, but if I turn it off, you can still see that I have the head layers underneath, and we're gonna do the fangs as well. We're just gonna fill in underneath, but we're not gonna hide what's under because I need that. I need it.
Dop dee doo dop dee do 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 do.
That's true. You're spitting. Scap! Okay, so now you guys can see, but if I turn that off, we can still see the face underneath, which is nice. Look at how big and beautiful his hair is. I love big wavy hair. I highly recommend it. Princess of Power is very much the same vein as Electra Heart. Okay, all right. I'll have to give it a go. I'll have to take a looky-loo. I'll have to give it a peruse, a schmooze, if you will. Okay, so we're gonna do, oops. Let me make sure that I get my color and then maybe a little bit of, maybe some little swirls and curls I think could be really fun. Yeah, Molly's design's really cute. I'm really excited about it. I'm excited that I get to draw it. That's very kind of Molly to trust me with this design. Bubblegum bitch, I wanna be your bubblegum bitch. We're gonna have some like stray hairs out here. Ah! I drew on the wrong layer. Of course I did. There we go. Put this here. Okay. Now I'm going to do hair, back. Lovely. So we have the hair in the back. There we go. Yeah, this has been really fun. There's a lot of detail, but this is a full illustration, so it's going to be, everything's going to be separated. Everything's going to be movable and posable. It's going to be really great. And thinking about it being animated, you know, it just thinking about it in a different way. But here I'm sketching just to make sure that it looks nice and that it's going to be, you know. When you get enough points, I want to request for Untouched by the Veronicas. Ooh, hell yeah. I do have an album request as well. It's currently turned off. Sometimes, like when I'm in the mood for it, like somebody can request an entire album, which is fun. Okay. We're gonna do the little wingies. My pen! Come back. A guy like you should wear a warning. It's dangerous. Falling. Oops. Give me a dangerous. Let me make sure that I'm doing that right. Yeah. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to make a nice clean arc. And make this dark. Taste of your lips, I'm on a ride. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. In paradise, I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? Meow, meow. And I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? Meow, meow, meow. All right, we're going to do maybe like this. Some of the tangents, because there's so much detail, but some of the tangents we don't have to worry about as much because this character will be moving. So that gives us, you know, a little bit of leeway. Like, so if we have a little bit of something here, this wing is probably going to be moving pretty, you know, at least a little bit more than some of the other stuff around it. So we can remember that. Can you feel it now? Okay, so we have the wing separate. Let me actually. Taste of your lips, I'm out of right. You're toxic, I'm slipping under. Okay. Let me make sure that I have colored this part in. And then we can figure that out in a second. There we go. All right. So the wing is behind the ear. Meow, meow, meow. Behind the ear, like at the base. So. And then I might do a little perspective on it. That's fun. Okay. So for this, since I know the wings, what they're going to look like, I will just get rid of that. I don't need that. The taste of your boys in paradise. All right, we'll do wings, head. Okay, and we'll do the hair front. Paradise, I'm addicted to you. Don't you know that you're toxic? Dated now. Okay, I'm going to color in a little bit more of the hair just to mask out some of that back shape there. Yeah. Oh, same with the ear. No, it's fine. Let me just erase some of this. Have some noise. There we go. Yeah, okay. And I'll erase a little bit of this. Actually, no. That would be, the wings would be, okay, the wings would be in front of the hair. So let me, but this one wouldn't. That's fine. Oops. All right. Lovely. Perfect. The way that Molly's broken up this reference already is, you know, to be moving and animating. So this is going to be a nice translation to an animated illustration. So I'm excited. Okay, yeah, this is nice. All right, let me get the rest of the body drawn out, and then we can do some clothes, huh? We have some more details that we could get into. Like the septum ring is a little bat. Let me actually put that on there. All of the dream. How does it mean when the rhythm is bad? There is nothing to be sad. Danger and dance, clapping the hands when the out in this space or the planet of the base. All right, I'm just gonna keep that pretty simple right now, but I know that there's detail there. Okay. Stop the war. Cute. Cute. It's cute. How cute this is. It's giving me Monster High, which I love. I love that. I love how cute that is. What do you have for outfit? Oh yeah, we're actually going to be seeing, there's like a tattered shirt here, like this ripped up over shirt, and then like a little tank top underneath. Cute. And netting. So this whole area looks simple now, but there's going to be a lot of detail on it. I might just do the tank top now. Planet of the base. I'll save it. I'll save it. Let me do the rest of the body. Let me do another layer. Okay. So we have this big abdomen, which will be separate from everything else. We have the base here and the legs, which I think look good. Maybe one last thing with the sketch here. Actually, sketch is all together, so I think I'll just kind of figure it out. So one of the things is that I'm gonna start making sure that I'm including all of a shape behind something so that I have a better idea of how I want to draw it when I'm going to be actually drawing it later. But for now, I don't listen to this. Yeah, more vaporwave. Let's go. Okay. And if anybody has any questions about anything that I'm drawing or anything that I'm doing, feel free to ask. I love to answer. I like to yap. All right, so this torso, we're gonna have a skirt and stuff over here, but I'm just focused on, or sorry, this pelvis. But I'm just gonna focus on getting a little bit more of the clean shape drawn. And maybe a little bit less. There we go. A little bit like that. Yeah, it's just got a little booty out. We're gonna pretend that there's clothing on this. There. Clothing. It's crazy that 2 lines make it feel like I've saved this from being a problem. But we're gonna have a skirt. There's gonna be a skirt here. There's gonna be a whole abdomen area here. So that's gonna be. Hi, Sekwara. How are you? But let me get these legs. The leg kind of figured out. There we go. Trying to make sure that it looks nice without looking lumpy. We want nice curves. We don't want lumpiness. There we go. Finish an art trade for a friend today. Oh, hell yeah. That's exciting. What were you getting in return? Yeah, 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 yeah. Now Twitch can't get mad? Yeah, now they can't get mad. Now they can't get mad. Okay, let me have the little Pete's. Like this. Other guy's drawing one of my characters. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah, you know, a caramel dancing emote is on the list of emotes to make. Oh, whoa, whoa. So we'll have a caramel dancing emote. I have a little list of things I'm gonna be making and commissioning, so that's exciting. Then send me dunes, clap either hand, yours, only yours. Hair looks so cute, thank you. How are you, Nyx? Okay, we have big beans on the bottom, so we're gonna make sure that we're drawing these big beans. Of course, I gotta request the latest musical find. Let's go. Wow. Let's go. Let me put it up on the queue. It's added. I'm okay-ish. It's been a rough day for a lot of folks. We're feeling that. We're feeling that. All right, little tarantula toes right there. Yeah, it's been a rough one for a lot of folks. So make sure you're taking it easy, being gentle with yourself. You're only your dancer. There we go. Little tarantula foot. There's also gonna be like a cuff of fur around like the wrists and the ankles. So yeah. Let me look at this one. Yeah. All right. So before I go too far, I might add that in because I don't want to go too far and start doing a lot of detail that's going to be covered up by the little cuff. Little tarantula toes. So silly and little. Let me make sure that I'm getting proportions right. Yeah, they are quite small compared to the... Okay, they're dainty. They're widow. All right, so we're going to need cuffs on the arms here. Here's where we started earlier. This is what we started with, and this is what we have. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. All right, so we have like here. I'm going to make the cuff feel like it's a different material than the rest of the, because this is like really soft. Well, it's not as long as the hair. It's like a shorter, okay. Let me just try to get the shape right. Get the shape, and then I can do the detail after I get the shape. Very chill jam. Yeah, this cuff's a good size. Adding this onto my playlist. I like this. Okay. So we have that cuff. We're going to do a cuff here. We're going to skew. And I'm going to make this a little smaller just because the arm is a little further back. Let me see if I can't bump that in a little bit because I like the shape that we have here for the chest, and I don't want to cover too much of that up. About this song, early 2022, I had a dub techno phase, and Basic Channel was the act that pioneered the genre. I even got 2 of their 12-inch singles on vinyl on a trip to London. Oh, that's fun. Oh. I love to hear it. I love to hear, like, there's a story, too. People have such varied and magical tastes in music. I don't know. I've been really enjoying you guys making song suggestions. I've been really enjoying it. Oops. Let me make this a smidge smaller. Okay. And then I'll do the same back here. But this one can be a little bit more squished, I think. There we go. Let's use the warp. Warp it a little bit. Make sure that we're not cutting off a lot of detail here. There we go. We're just trying to get the general presence of there being a little cuff, and then we'll put more detail into it after. But for now, you know, we'll just go around and kind of give it some implied detail. So Molly knows that we're gonna give it a little bit more later. But right now, it's just kind of simple. Kind of give it like fluffy vibes. Yesterday I thought about them again, decided to check out their other Alias Rhythm and Sound. Turns out in the late 90s and mid 2000s, they leaned hard into Jamaican dub roots. This song is, in particular, was one of the several simultaneously released singles that had different vocalists singing over the same beat, or in this case, rhythm. That's fun! Oh, I like that story. I like that a lot. There's one album that I like by the Shins. Well, I guess it's technically 2 albums. And it's called Heartworms, and then they have another album of all the same songs called Worm Hearts. and like all of the like art for the album is very similar, but essentially they re-recorded these songs with like a totally different vibe to them. And it was really neat. It was a really cool concept, and I really enjoyed. I just thought that was really neat having heartworms and worm hearts. And the songs, I mean, you can kind of find which one off of which album you enjoyed more. But like different songs on the different sides were it's like kind of having like an A side and a B side, but it was two entirely different albums. Yeah, it was like and it wasn't like I wouldn't say remix is quite right because it's like a totally different song, which is kind of neat. I might have to play a song from Heartworms and then play its Worm Hearts counterpart. But yeah, I really like the Shins. Sometimes I have to be in the mood to listen to kind of folky kind of sounding music like that, like folky indie kind of. I don't know. I have to really be in a mood for it. Depends on the day. Okay, so we got our some fluffy bits. Here, let me take a look at my playlist real quick. Let me see. I'm warm. I'm warm. Speaking of warm, I'm warm. Let's see here. Okay, so they call it a flipped album. Let me choose. All right, let me add this one to the queue, add to queue, and then I'll add its counterpart to the queue, and they'll play after one another. That's fun. Okay. All right. So we have our fluffy bits, which I'll just kind of leave as their own layer right now. And let's see. What's more, the concept of the remix originates from dub music. Producers like King Tubby and Lee Perry removed the vocal track and put on a bunch of different effects on the backing track, like delay, spring reverb, and stuck those versions on B-sides of reggae singles. I like that a lot. That's cool. I don't listen to a lot of reggae, but I really like the song you requested. That was fun. I like that a lot. Okay, before I go too crazy, should I do the abdomen too? Okay. Let's do cuffs. Let me put a layer underneath. Okay, we're just going to, there we go. Well, yeah, there we go. So now I still have the art underneath. There we go. We have everything underneath. I'm just hiding it. A man could feel. Okay. That's that. We're gonna have a little fluffy skirt. So it's denim up to the like hip, and then there's a layer of ruffle, a layer of lace, another layer of ruffle, and then a final layer of lace. There's also a bat, which we're not really going to be seeing too much of that, but it's good to know. And then we have this torn up fishnet here. I won't get ahead of myself. Hold on. I just need to have the shapes down. Yeah, this is Molly's character. This is Molly. And this is a newer design that Molly is trusting me to do an illustration of, which I'm really excited about. There's a lot going on, so I want to make sure that I'm not hiding over any details, that I'm not like obscuring anything. And so it's like a balancing act of trying to make sure that everything looks right. Oops, hold on. I'm trying to get this wing layer. I'm going to move it up. And I'm going to grab this, and I'm just going to move it. And I'm going to flip it. Oops. No, I'm going to flip it. There we go. And we'll make it tiny. I want to put that there. There's a lot of detail, so just making sure that I don't lose any of it. But I'm trying to do it in like phases. So I got the main like proportion down. Here's what I had before. So this is where I was trying to get my proportions, like a basic expression, making sure that I had the pose right. And now we're going section by section and I'm making cleaner. This is a cleaner sketch. But this will be inked in hard edge inking. So I'm going to be using like a crisp brush. And it'll be pieced apart for animation, which will be really fun. So I can't wait to see what Molly does with it because I think it'll be so fun to. It's been a while since I've worked with somebody. I mean, I do it all the time. Like literally every day at work, I'm like, yeah, here you go, animator. So it'll be fun. I don't think I've actually ever worked with somebody on an illustration that they want to animate. So I think this will be really fun. I hope it's okay if I co-work while I hang. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, take your time, do your thing. No pressure. Co-working is actually like most of the fun of art streams. Because you see somebody working on something and you're like, ooh, I want to work on something. Variable drug. Okay, so now we need the abdomen. Big old abdomen. I like this shape a lot. I like this shape. You see how wide the abdomen is? It's like heart-shaped here. Very cute. Sugoi desu ne. All right. The fever in the night. Into my eyes. But you don't even recognize me anymore.
Have you taken a sip of your water lately?
Hi, how are you? Let me take a sip of my water lately. How are you? Na 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 na. Okay. Fuzzy little abdomen going on here. Draw so nicely. Oh, thank you. Honestly, I really love curly hair, like wavy and curly hair. I tend to it is very uncommon that I draw a character with straight hair. So hair like this is my chef's kiss. I love stuff like this. It's super uncommon for me to draw straight hair. I can, but I just love drawing stuff like this. Thank you for hydrating me. I thought I was. You are a Bane. Let me see. Let me see if I can find this comm is fire. Thank you. It's going to be animated. I'm super excited to see it. Let me take a look. Oh, here's the flipped version of this song, by the way. Let me go to my up. I do draw gay hair. Yes, I do. You're right about that. Ooh, this was a braided style that I drew on a Furby. I really loved this, where I love, one of the things I remember, I grew up in a predominantly African American city, and I went to daycare in that city. And a bunch of girls my age, because I was little, I was like 10 and under, a lot of girls my age had braided hair with really beautiful beads. And I was like, oh, gorgeous. Yeah. Obviously, I would have like barrettes and stuff in my hair, but like having beads like this is really beautiful. Like I love it. And so drawing this Furby, which was based off of a custom Furby somebody had made to look like a cosmic brownie, I thought that was fire. I thought that shit was awesome. So I was like, yeah. And also I give Furbies little dewlaps, like rabbits, which I think is really silly. Also this club attire I thought was really cute. Anyway, I don't know. I think I just gravitate to really fun hair. It's very uncommon for me to draw straight hair. Let's see. I think it's just because the shape is more exciting. You know what I mean? Like just in general, the shape is exciting. I think the straightest hair that I've drawn is Danny. Literally, I mean, it's still got wave to it, but I think this is the straightest hair I've drawn just because of. But yeah, this is commissioned for a full illustration, and Molly is going to be animating it in Live 2D. So this is for Molly. Molly will be animating it, and I'm really excited to see it. As like a starting soon screen situation. I think it's gonna be so fucking cute. I can't wait to see it. Oh boy. But yeah, look at this guy. Also, whenever I show this, I like to show you guys that it's the Sonic pose. See that? I love that you draw more plus size characters. It's something that I'd like to try doing. I can't take credit for this. Molly's character is designed very curvy. Molly's character is very curvy, so I can't take any credit for that. But I do really try um when I can. When I can. Of course, I can always draw. Actually part of my I did a redesign of some Monster High characters ages ago now, and one of the things that I did actively try to do is make sure that every single one of them had a different body type. Like I really wanted to focus on them being very different because I get super comfortable with drawing things certain ways. So I try to make sure that the eye shapes are different, that the face shapes are different. Like, do I fall into my habits? Absolutely, I do. It's just how you get comfortable drawing something, and then you just kind of fall back on that. But, so Gulia here has like a pretty sporty build. She's got some curves, but nothing super standoutish, nothing super crazy, but she's got some hip. But here, Frankie is very, very narrow, very tall, and very flat. Same with all of the features on their face. Like I tried to make the bridge of their nose a little bit longer and a little bit hooked. Their eyes are a little more slender, and so I just really tried to play that they're much thinner. They have a more wiry build. Very, very tall. Um, well played. I think Danny and Sonic would be friends. Oh, you're right, they would. You're right, they would. Draculaura, she's a little shorter and a little bit wider. She's a little bit heavier. She's still pretty petite, but she's got she's got a little meat on her bones. And I like to think it's because she likes eating vegetables. She's a vegan vampire, and I like to think that it's because she's eating food that vampires don't usually eat. And her body just metabolizes it different. But that's her choice, and she's comfortable and she's happy in her skin, and she look at this. Look at this sweet little vampiress. She's so sweet. I'm struggling with my own body positivity, so I was too worried about making a model that looked like me. That's super valid. That's super fair. Yeah, every person has their own comfort level. I mean, whatever vision and version of yourself you want to put out into the world, like it is up to you to make the choice of how much of yourself you want to actually show, whether you want to focus on aspects of your personality, things that you really idolize in characters. You don't have to always have it be a perfect one-to-one reflection of yourself. The point of having a character on the internet is that you can put, things that are exciting, things that inspire you, ideas that you have, like being playful with it. Like that's half the point of having, a fursuit or a model, or you're just basically like uh making like a part of yourself. It's just a different part of yourself. Here we have Claudine. I really liked Claudine. Claudine was really fun. Oh yeah, I really like these braids too. I just found like a cool brush that had like this knobby, like bumpy, and then I like made all these individual strands and then left the edges kind of curly. Uh Loved one day draw some of the Reploids in Mega Man X then. They're mostly animal based. It'd be like drawing robot Sonic characters. Possibly. Does she have a little belly bat? A little belly as a bat? Oh, yeah, I'm sure she would. I was, like, trying to understand. I was like, "Wait, what?" I changed body size very suddenly, and I still need to reconnect with the way that I look in the version of me in my head. Absolutely, yeah, especially when things happen quickly, like, it's no one's business but your own. And everybody's story is different. And so whatever part of you wanna show now versus what you wanna show later, like, give it time and, you know, I'm not an expert by any means, and I'm just one person in a sea of a ton of them. But yeah, you deserve to take your time. You deserve to only do what makes you comfortable, and I mean, yeah, only do what makes you comfortable. And VTubing and fursuiting are like a really good way to, I don't know, like to play around with your vision of yourself. A lot of people can find it super healing. A lot of people can find that it helps them connect to the authentic sense of self, that they're looking for. Other people are just like, yeah, I just think that people with pink hair are cool, so I made a pink haired dragon and I called it a day. And you're like, yeah, cool. Different people have different motivations, and those are for you and no one else. You're just a cosmic girl from a different galaxy. Okay, hold on. I want to make this kind of like, I don't think I need to. I don't think I need to draw this. But yeah, I think I definitely could have more body diversity. I kind of like fall into But with commissions, I get the opportunity to draw a bunch of different people because it's a bunch of people with different ideas and different characters and different inspirations. And so that's one of the most fun things about commissions for me is that I get to push myself to draw new stuff and different stuff because I'm working on commissions. And it's like giving myself little art lessons too. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy it. I knew I liked it here. I'm happy to hear that. Oh my God. Oh, thank you. Okay, so here's that abdomen. This little spider abdomen. Ah, wrong one. This one. When I see her pretty face. Okay, we're gonna do abdomen. Yeah. So all these things are gonna be different pieces, which is gonna be fun. If you've ever made a model, very similar. Just it's more posed, it's more. Oh, are we stretching? Okay, okay. Oh, bah, 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 bah. Thank you. Thank you. My head's a little cocked to the side. Every once in a while, I think it's because I look over so much, my tracking goes a little silly. So I gotta fix it. Oh, hold on. There we go. Oh, oh, oh. You guys want to dance? All right, let me crank it up. Yeah. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. I'll be your lover tonight. This is what I wanna do. Oh, 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 oh. It's me and you. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. But not into forever. No double boom. Together, together in my room. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh. Well, just me and you. Oh, oh, oh. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room. Together from now until forever. I want a double boom. Together, together in my room. Yeah, you guys are. Look at all those pink emotes. A sea of pink and purple emotes. The night together, together in my room. Yeah, look at you go. Oh my gosh. Look at you. That's the most color I've seen in your emotes. Look at your little head. So cute. Oh my god. Whoa. Absolutely throwing it back. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. All right, let me fill in the back here. Boom, boom. The night together, until forever. I want a double boom. Yeah, she's a vampire bat spider. So, a spider, a vampire, and a bat. Oh, hell yeah, look at that. Together in my room. Hell yeah. Thanks for dancing, everybody. Oh my god. You guys have a good time? All right, so now we have the skirt. The abdomen's its own thing, so we can turn that on and off. Yeah, guys, get a drink of water. You guys worked up a sweat. Oh, yo, 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 yay. I am Jane and I love to ride an elephant. The song is sick. Disgusting. Disgusting. From Jungle Land. Okay, we have a big old spider arm. I'm singling. And is strong. And his hair is long. This song's super silly too. Just listen to the jungle song. Oh yo 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 yay. Hi, welcome Raiders. Hi there. Oh my gosh. Welcome in. How are you? Hi, Zach Cartoonist. How are you? Welcome everybody. Hold on. Let me move this around, shall I? There we go. Welcome everyone. I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and I forgot the rest. Thanks for the follow. How are you? What were you doing today? By your name, I'm guessing you did some art, and if you did, would you like to share it with us? Welcome in. By the way, sorry, I'm bombarding you with a lot. Sorry. Welcome in. I'm Mandi. I get too excited. I gotta stop. I gotta pull it back. And today, I'm working on a commission for my pal Molly, and it's been going really fun. I've been having a good time. We had some technical issues, which are, the frames are gonna drop. The frames are gonna do what they're gonna do. But aside from that, we've been getting some good work done. And we've been vibing. We're listening to some club jams. Did a live on Twitch stream for the first time. Oh heck yeah, heck yeah! Thank you so much for sharing your link with us. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you doing on stream? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Looks like you do a lot of cartooning stuff as well. That's so much fun. Let's go. Storyboarding. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, cool. You have a whole series as well. That's awesome. Let's go. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And congratulations on your first stream. Welcome in. Hi. Evie Art, welcome in. Oh my gosh. Nathan, is that Natanya? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Natanya, thank you so much. Welcome in. Drew, Steven Universe, and Fiona and Cake. Hell yeah. Aw, that's so exciting. Welcome in, everybody. How are you? Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome in. If you guys don't know me, but you'd like to, here are my socials. I have a VGen. I hang out on Blue Sky. But yeah, I stream pretty often, 3 times a week, and I mostly draw. Every other Friday, we're playing Tears of the Kingdom. And I have a... Oh, God, get this fucking tongue out of here. So every other Friday we've been playing Tears of the Kingdom, and we've just
your mall fact. Netanyahu bus eater. For Halloween in 2000, the mall
Here, let me put
hosted
that
its
in the queue.
first carnival in the parking lot during which hundreds of cream pies were thrown.
Thank you so much. Let me add that into the queue. Thank you for the song request. Hi, welcome. Do some art alongside. Of course. Welcome everybody. I hope you guys had I hope you had your wonderful first stream. And welcome in everybody. I'm a mall mannequin and I'm a little guy on the internet, and I've been currently working on this piece for my friend Molly. And it's gonna be animated. It's gonna be a starting soon screen, which is really fun. And so if you guys have arachnophobia, if you're a little sensitive to spider imagery, this character has a lot of spider imagery. Oh, you know what? This whole time I keep forgetting to put this link here. I and a bunch of other VTubers are participating in a charity event where we've worked on making art of ourselves for a zine, which is a really, really cool. Hello, welcome Raiders. Oh my goodness gracious. Welcome everybody. Holy moly. Hi Evie, how are you? Welcome Raiders. We're Raiders legendary. Hi everyone. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. We have so many wonderful Raiders today. Welcome guys. Here, let me move this back to where it is and let me make it a little bit more visible on my screen for you. There we go. Hi, can't believe I wasn't following you because I defo followed so many of your tutorials like you. Oh, thank you. Well, welcome in, everybody. What the heck? Good yarning, every puppy. Welcome in. Hello, every pony. How are you? Welcome. I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And today, we are drawing a commission of my pal Molly. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you doing today? Welcome. I was actually just about to post a link to a to a charity zine that I am taking part in. My pal Neo organized a zine where dozens of VTubers drew themselves in Japanese street fashion, meshing stuff for live to do. Let's go. If you have anything that you'd like to share, hold on. I've been charging my keyboard, so my iPad's been unplugged. Hold on, let me fix that. But yeah, so we all drew ourselves in Japanese street fashion, and so different donation amounts will get you either a PDF version of the zine or a printed version of the zine. But yeah, if you have any art tags, if you have any images or models you'd like to share and send a link, feel free. Or if you just want to send a link to your commissions or your socials, feel free. The floor is yours, and welcome in, everybody. If you guys don't know me but you would like to, here are my socials. Let me get that link to the charity zine. Charity zine here. We're actually really close to our donation goal, and donations are open till the end of November. Here, bam. There we go. Let me pop a little emote. Yeah. Pop that right there. Bam. And welcome, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. If you guys need to raid and run and take care of yourselves, please do. Okay. Don't feel free to, don't feel pressured to hang around here. If you need to go take care of yourself, get some water, get your meds, go to bed, rest, get food. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We are about to do some clothing, which is fun. Ooh, hell yeah. We got the art tags. Do you mind me asking what your drawing setup is? Yes, absolutely. Oh, cute. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, cute. Is this a model for you?
I donated and ordered a zine. I'm so excited to get it in the mail.
Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so excited. I hope people really enjoy it. Oh, I really love this color scheme. A box of crayons. Let's freaking go. Yeah, oh, I love this. This is really pretty. This is wait a minute. So fluffy. So fluffy. It almost gives me like sushi roll vibes just because of the layering of the colors. This is so cute. Oh my gosh. I love how much of this oh gosh, what's it called? It's the lamb Sherpa. Is that texture, that really fluffy soft material? A shrimp sushi thing. Let's go. Hell yeah. I'm like, it's given sushi roll, but I don't want to be like, yeah, it's a sushi roll when it could just be really fluffy and soft. I love this. This is awesome. So cute. Yeah, the shrimp tails on the pigtails are really cute. Oh, brain cute. Listen, my brain's squishy and soft. Very squishy and soft, and I try to add new wrinkles to it every day, and boy, am I struggling. Am I struggle buzzing. I really like also the uniqueness of the pupil and the eyelashes, how much rendering you've added into the eyelashes, I think is stellar. This is beautiful. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for, first off, sharing your community, but second off, sharing your art with me. Also, these really sweet little antennae here. Look at these. I love how they're like really curly and off to the side. This is really sweet. I love this. Oh, cute. I love art. I love when people share their art. I don't know. VTubing is such a boon of art and creativity. Hi, welcome in, Kuma. Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Welcome, raiders. Also, my art setup, I am currently using Photoshop. I use Adobe stuff, which Adobe bad, Adobe yucky. I get it. It's just what I use in my professional life. I go to work every day. I'm an illustrator, for a company. So going back and forth between multiple programs is a little bit tough on my brain. My brain gets chewed up in a garbage disposal. So I try to keep it a little more consistent, but that is what it is. Oops. Let me see. Where is the... Oh, it's because the wings are in the front. Okay, let me get this. There we go. Have to lurk for best vibes. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. What cracks for most of Adobe? Listen. I got... Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Oh, Zuchi, hi! Hello, everybody. Oh my god. Hi, Astro. How are you? Welcome, everyone. My goodness, there's so many cool folks coming in my way today. Welcome, Raiders. How are ya? Zuchi, how you doing? You're a Raider legendary. Yeah, you're all very legendary. Look at you sitting. Wait a minute. Let me look at that. Oh, you're just... Oh, your eyes are big and silly. Look at you. Hi, Raiders. Hello. Doing pretty good? Well, welcome in, everybody. I'm Mandi, Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and star relays onto the digital wall, and I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you doing today? Welcome in. I'm currently working on a commission of my pal Molly, and it's going really fun. We're gonna add clothes soon, so Molly's not just gonna be out here barbecue sauce on her titties. We're gonna put some we're gonna put some clothes on Molly soon. Well, welcome in. Who am I yelling at, Heavenly? Who is that? Oh, it's Trinket. Poor Trinket. But welcome, Raiders. If you guys
Remember
need
to
to
drink some water, Mandi.
yeah, that's probably a good idea that I drink some water. But welcome in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Guys, if you need to raid and run to take care of yourselves, get something good to eat, something good to drink, please do. Rest, take your meds, do what you gotta do, but feel free to stay and vibe. I got water. I got my water. My God. Is my... Well, hold on. Sorry. Notifications at the wahoo. Hi, Knock Knocks. Welcome in. Okay, I see. Yeah. I have a bunch of text messages. One of them was from my wife from 3 hours ago, so I'll reply to it. But welcome, everybody. Knee problem. There we go. No problem. There we go. Wonderful. Welcome, everybody. I don't want to listen to a song. I don't listen to a song. Get out of here. There we go. Oh, thank you. This is actually the this is just the clean sketch. This is the clean sketch because it's going to be pieced apart for animation. So this is gonna be animated in Live 2D by the person that is commissioning me, my pal Molly. So yeah, this is just my clean sketch because there's so much detail in this. I simply had to I simply had to make sure that I did a clean pass. Though if it makes you feel any better, the sketch looked like this before. So it was this and now it's this. But the thing is that because everything's going to be pieced apart, and Molly did request a crisp line art, so sometimes I use this brush as like a soft sketchy line art. It's not sketchy, but it's got this pastel quality to it. I can zoom in, you can see how it's got like this this texture to it. So a lot of times I will do a piece completely lined like this, but since this is super detailed and there's a lot of pieces, for reference, here is the model reference. So there's a lot going on here, so I definitely like I'm taking my time to make sure that I'm like getting all the details down. There's a lot to see. But I'm really enjoying this so far. Let me grab the little... So I'm doing this little leggy right here. Also though, if you want to see, I finished something yesterday. I'm not... Yeah, we're nodding. We're putting it together. We're living together in this space. Are you drawing that outfit? Yes, I will draw that outfit. Right now, there's just nothing. I just put these lines on so Twitch didn't say that I'm drawing fucking depraved nonsense. Sorry for not sticking too long. Gotta hit bed, do art, have a big heart, and find rhyme. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, no problem. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Hope you're taking care of yourself. Existing vicariously through you. Yes. Here, let me see. I just finished a commission yesterday. So here's an example of me using that same brush, the same brush to do everything. Line art, coloring, all of that was done with this same soft pencil-y brush. And this was, very crisp, clean, but you can still kind of go in and see that texture there. Another person that I just finished a commission for. This one is another one, also with the same brush, everything drawn with it, everything done with this. Really fun. You can actually see when the brush gets bigger, it makes this really... I guess pastel is really the best way to describe it. It's called Happy HB, like an HB pencil, but it really gives pastel to me, like a chalk pastel, which I really enjoy. I like the texture that it adds, especially because for the longest time I got really, really stuck on doing crispy, like really, really crisp line art. And sometimes I still do that. Like I've left it as an option for people to request in their commissions. Gonna need a commission for you after the holiday rush is over. This is my wait list that I'm moving through. I have a couple chunky projects. But if you're interested, I do have a VGen and you'll be notified when I open stuff up. Let me find I believe this was a hard edge illustrate. Yeah, so this is the line art that is in a crispier brush. It's a little bit tougher to see, but you can see here that I have like a crispy edges where it's like a more of like an ink style brush. This is my pal Lorelei. We love Lorelei. This is another one that I was super scared Twitch was gonna be like, you're drawing boobies on stream, and I'm like, I'm sorry. It's another one where I was just so fucking scared. I was like, please. This is another commission that had crispy line art. And this one was because the design is super simple and it's super shiny and super crispy. I really enjoyed this one. This one was super fun to draw. Also, I just like big bright colors. And this character is made out of syrup. I mean, come on. Right up my alley. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Enough of me. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. Welcome, raiders. We had a couple raids back to back. I hope you guys all had a wonderful stream. I hope you guys are taking care of yourselves. You're stretching, making good choices as much as you can. 'Cause I'm just a girl. And you want me. Oh, hi, dear. Yeah. Me, what I stremch this. I hope you've been doing well, Zuchi. One of these days, I'm gonna have to politely snap you like a glow stick, politely in Minecraft, politely, and pay you some dollars for some more beautiful music. Ignore the glow stick part. Bum bum bum. Not the security scan. I don't need that. No, I don't need that. I don't need that. No, I didn't ask for that. No, I didn't need. Oh boy. I didn't need that. I'm fine. I'm secure.
Scan complete. Oh look. I found some spare pretzels.
Oh, pretzels. Yeah, you guys got pretzels. Okay. See, that's not so bad. At least Penny's keeping her nose out of my business. God, Penny. She comes around and she just looks throughout all my files and she messes around with my program and she just doesn't know when to quit. I've had it up to here. I'm doing the little segments on this little leggy. This little spider leggy. I can't wait to see this stuff moving around. I think it's going to be dope. I think it's going to be freaking sick. Also, I haven't ever really made anything for anyone to animate in Live 2D before, so that's going to be really exciting to try. And I'm on the cusp of getting into my own Live 2D era. Glowstick thing was accurate, for my bones are brittle and filled with chemiluminescent compounds. Did you guys know that? Okay, I learned this literally yesterday, that glow sticks have a glass tube on the inside. And when you're cracking them, you're breaking an actual glass tube inside of a plastic tube. So it's like, here's your sorry, that was crazy. Here's your plastic tube. Plastic tube. There's your glow stick. And then inside of it, there is a glass, like a sealed glass vial that's like really thin, like paper thin glass. And inside the glass is compound A, so chemical A. Yeah, do not drink glow sticks. I don't recommend at all. So here inside you have compound A, whatever chemical is in A, and then in between you have another liquid that is you have another liquid that's here that when you snap the glow stick, the plastic is rigid enough to protect you from glass shrapnel and also to keep it like, you know, as an existing glow stick. But then when you crack it, when you hold on, when you make cracks in the glass and it like breaks apart, it mixes together and makes a glowing purple, you know, not purple, but like, you know, your red and blue mix together and make your glowing, and that chemical reaction is almost instantaneous, and then you get like a glowing, get like a glowing, get a glow like that. Accidentally busted open a glow stick once because of the inner glass. The glow juice got in my eye. I could see bright really well for a bit. Don't recommend. Yeah, I don't recommend. I don't recommend. Oh my gosh. Anyway, yeah, I learned that the other day on a TikTok. To love somebody, that's why it's gonna be May. So we got one made of glow sticks and one made of Rice Krispies. Oh, we love Rice Krispies. Thankfully, no glass got in my eye. I'm very happy to hear that. That would have been awful. That would have been freaking, that would have sucked so bad. Too blind to see. The lyrics didn't happen to help. The lyrics didn't help. I'm sorry about that. Just tell me why. Never seems enough for you. You don't want to lose it again. But I'm not like them. Maybe when you finally get to love somebody. Sorry, I got a little carried away. I remember once my sister broke a glow stick and it got in our cat's fur. This happened when we were little. Your cat just walked around glowing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oops. There comes a day when I'll be the one you see. It's gonna... Why is this not working out for me? All that I do is not enough for you. Oh, what am I drawing on now? What's this? Hello? Oh, it's this layer. Okay. I was like, hello? What am I? Grab the wrong layer. I was born with glass bones and paper skin. Every morning I break my legs, every afternoon I break my arms. Every night I lie awake in pain until the heart attacks put me to sleep. All right, we're just trying to sell chocolate, all right? No need to get dramatic, all right? So reminding me that there are not enough boy band dance emotes. Oh, yeah. To love somebody is why every little thing I do never seems enough for you. You will never lose it again. I'm not like them. Maybe when you finally... I could never be a cool boy band. In sync, I could never. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, look at you throwing it back. Who's the one in the middle? Looked like Alistair from Husband Hotel. But it's just somebody in a bear costume. Oh my gosh. I've yet to be commissioned to draw... no, that's a lie. I've been commissioned to draw a character from a series once. So far in my commission life, I've only ever actually really been asked to draw people's characters, which has been really sweet. But yeah, I've had one instance where I've been asked to draw a character from a series. Another dancey jam. All right, I'm gonna rotate this a little bit so that we don't have so much of like a tangent on the abdomen. Yeah. Like these spider legs. All right, I might move this up a little too. Hey. There's a murder on the dance floor. You better not kill the groove. Hey, murder on the dance floor. Okay, spider legs. I gotta label my stuff. There's so much going on. I have to label it really thoroughly. Oh, I know. Okay, we're gonna put this over here. We're gonna have it actually be more like this, because it's, oops. Whoops. Way. All right, we're gonna grab this, and I'm gonna just kind of angle it in this way, and I'm just gonna erase what I don't need. Another song. Okay. I don't need any of this. I just want to show that that leg is wrapped around this side. I'm loving your art, your stream, great vibes. Unfortunately, I gotta go watch videos of how the heck people make a nice VTuber hair. Please, please enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I hope your brain isn't absolutely frazzled by all the knowledge you're gonna stuff inside of it. I'm gonna be in VTuber land so soon. I'm so close. I'm just waiting for this upcoming weekend when I have like a 4-day weekend, and I'm just gonna lock in. I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna like break the seal. I'm gonna use like a simple model, and I'm gonna just try. I'm gonna try my best to break the seal and get myself actually to use the program. Okay. Now that we have a lot of the everything that we need. Actually, hold on. Can't wait to see what we make. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm thinking I'm gonna really quickly, I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna paste it. I'm gonna just grab the leg. This. I just need this. Burner on the dance floor. Oh. Oh, this is leg. Okay. Leg near. Leg far. I'm gonna rotate this so that we have a duplicate of it back here. It's a murder on the dance floor. And if it looks like a little weird, it's just because we have some like blocker. There's some stuff in front here. Let me actually turn this off. Yeah, okay. So I need just a little bit more art of this. Just to kind of, there you go. Yeah, all right. And I'm just going to delete what we don't need because this will simply be a copy and paste. So I'm not too worried. Oh, you know what? Okay, I see. There's more that I've got to erase. Hold on. There we go. There we go. All right. So that's kind of the vibe. So now that we have that, let me do some clothes. Let me do some clothing. All right. So I don't need the reference anymore, the original reference, the pose, but I will use this. So we have a little like crop top, a little crop top tank top. So it's orange with a lace trim. I'm going to keep it scalloped for now. We'll do lace later. Actually, hold on. Okay. Wonderful. All right. Perfect. Let me do the little tanky top. We're gonna do this is all this. All right, so I'm just gonna knock this down a little bit more, and we're gonna do the clothes on top of these sketches. A song reminds me of an ex of mine. I'm sorry about that. Reminds me of the Geico commercial with the caveman, which is a little silly in comparison. The two of those things is a little silly, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So easy. Caveman could do it. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so we have. I'm trying to make sure that the proportions of this are looking right. We still talk. They sent me a message yesterday with a beautiful quote. It was wonderful. Magical tile we both cherish. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. So all right, okay. It's like this reminds me of an ex. Be like, oh no. And you're like, no, it's good, we're good. And I'm like, okay. All right. Cute, guys. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, I think it's so cute. Oh my god. You remind me. You remind me. Okay. Oh, remind me. Guys, so stinking cute. I'm absolutely devastated with how cute this is. Actually, now that I have some sort of top, some sort of shirt, let me go back here and I'm gonna get rid of this line and then I'll actually, the rest will just be color. So I'm just gonna get rid of this line. There we go. Cute, cute. Screaming, pissing, crying. I like how the spider tail essentially covers up the caboose you sketched out. I know, but wait. Hold on. Look. It's still there. It's still there. It's because I'm gonna need to draw it. I'm gonna draw everything underneath so that Molly can move this abdomen however, you see, like having it like move and having as much art as possible underneath just means that Molly could make that thing spin like a freaking top and we wouldn't lose anything. So that's one of the things that like is really handy about like and this is why my sketch process, not only is this like there's a lot going on here, but in my sketch process it's a lot nicer to make sure that I'm kind of separating things in a way where I can still reference the art when I'm moving on to like more finalized steps, so to speak. So I know that I'm not losing any of the anatomy that I took so much time to set up. You know what I mean? I didn't want to get rid of any of it. And I didn't have to. Thanks to the miracle of technology. With the new technology of using layers, you too can not erase the stuff that you like. Within the closet, let it outside, let it free. Ow! I love how you set up the underside, how the ribs and soft parts of the body press against the flat surface, creating really distinctive shapes. Shows mastery of anatomy. Well, I can't take full credit. You know, there's obviously this is quite different from our first picture that we had as a reference. But the reference did definitely help because the reference was so grounded in like real anatomy that I could just use my understanding of anatomy on top of like a pretty established, uh, underdrawing. So that was really, really helpful. Obviously, too, there was a lot of finagling for me to like make it look like how I wanted to. And so thank you. There was a lot of work done to make it, but I can't take full credit. Like this is using models, using reference, like making sure, if you use a 3D model or something, like draw on top of it, it helps. It helps make things look a lot nicer, makes things look a lot better. Just having a strong foundation, a solid foundation underneath. Disguise. So as she's in disguise, it's a she-wolf in disguise. Letting out, coming out. Okay, got that laciness on the spooky tank top. And then we have this shirt that was once a shirt, but is now ripped apart like a vampire bat lycanthrope just ripped it apart. So we have like what was once a shirt. We also have almost the entire bust here is fishnet. So I'm gonna not forget the fishnet. Let us not forget. Oh, castle in the sky, crazy. It's almost 6 o'clock my time, guys. I'm really happy with the progress that we've made. I'm really stoked about the progress, actually. All right, we're gonna do tank top, and then let me see if I can do. It's a pretty standard fishnet. So let me see if I have a brush that could be cool for fishnet. I don't think so. I don't have anything super crazy custom, but let me see. Let me take a look. To shred, you say. How's the top holding up? To shred, you say. Let me take a look at halftones and screen tones. No, that's fun, but that's not quite right. Also cool, but not quite right. Ah, something closer. Okay. Aha. Kind of. That's kind of neat, but not quite. What this is. Triangles, okay. Dots, okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, for like, well, nah. Because I was like, oh, what if I just made like a big, like this, and then copy. So I have a copy of it, and then I can warp to kind of like make it feel like it's like following a contour a little bit better. And then like paste, whoa, and do this, and like warp this to make it have a little bit of a contour. But I think this might be too much. This might be too much. Let me let me see. Let me see. This might be too much. I feel like I might get a way better result simply by drawing. All right, let's cut that out. Yeah, it's too dense, too thick, too dense. I'm just gonna draw it. I'm gonna draw it like a champ. Draw it like a champ. Better outcome. There are definitely better brushes that are for specifically fishnet, but I don't have them. And I don't want to bother with it. It's gonna look nicer if I just do it anyway. And it's also not too big of an area, so I ain't too worried about it. Okay, so it's kind of like, yeah, it's a little bit stringy, but it has a defined shape here. So I'm gonna just around the neck. And then we have around the arm. So kind of off. And we're just gonna imply the stringiness here, but I'm not gonna get too crazy with it. There we go. And we're gonna have a little bit down here. All right, so I'm just gonna start just by establishing something like this. Just doing some contour lines here with this. I'm not going too, I'm just trying to make sure that I remember that there is fishnet here, but I'm not trying to make it perfect. I'm just trying to remember that I have fishnet, and I'm trying to follow some of that contour, like the collarbone and the chest. There we go. And we're just kind of doing a little bit of this. Hold on. Yeah, just a little bit of that. Is it perfect? No. Does it have to be? Nah. Will it look better later? Yeah. I might see if there is actually a fishnet Photoshop brush, and I may like try to download that. But for now, just lightening that up a little bit. There we go. Okay, we have the fishnets, which will appear in other places. Fishnet's actually on the far leg and has like some pretty big holes in it. Far leg, yeah, big tears in it where the fur is poking out. But you really not, actually, we really aren't seeing it over there very much. So I'm just gonna keep that for now. Let me do, so the sleeves they're probably gonna pool around the elbows. The sleeves are gonna sit around the elbow area here. So let me, also the tank top and fishnets are on their own. So I can draw over them and erase over them and without affecting them. Okay, so there's just a lot of stringiness up around the shoulder has a big circle bitten out of it. The sleeves are still intact and everything else is broken. So, gonna just kind of imply sleeve here. Sleeve like this, maybe. Sleeve. And yeah, maybe we can do a little bit of that. And then there's a big old tear in the shoulder. Big old, I might actually, okay, so it's definitely clinging onto the shoulder. Like the shirt is still intact on this shoulder. So it's gonna actually start up here and it's gonna like swoop down this way. So I'm gonna try to, we have that, and then it's like kinda, it's like all ripped up and everything here. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of, okay, so the shirt exists here on the shoulder, but my eraser's all weird. There we go. Which means, let me like make that a little bit lighter. There we go. So the shirt is mostly whole here. So the whole strap pretty much is hidden. However, the shirt does begin to like disintegrate like right here. So I can include a lot more like holes here and kind of show off the shirt underneath. Yeah, really ripped the fuck apart here. Like hanging on for dear life. Just trying to remember where the openings are for this. There we go. And then I might even trying to keep track of where stuff's going because there's a lot of overlapping detail. So let me just try to make sure that this is going where it needs to go. Okay, so we kind of have that up there. We have this sleeve as well, which is actually more or less the same as what's over here. There we go. We're just kind of implying that she's got a sleeve over there. And then we have some more like fabric here that's like really tattered. Let's see. Molly has it where it like kind of comes together and like bands apart, which I think is really nice. So we're going to just make sure that we're kind of following that same pattern there. And then Ashcans, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, okay. Okay. So that's a big opening. It'll also help a lot for me to color in where the shirt is, just so that it's easier to tell where it is and isn't sitting. So I'm gonna make a color that's slightly lighter than my shirt, and I'm gonna just like color in what is and isn't shirt. That way I have a better understanding and it's a little bit easier to see and know what it's supposed to be. Yeah, sometimes you got to do a little bit of a pre-color situation just to kind of give yourself a little bit of a better time. Now that I'm seeing this finger, I'm seeing a tangent here. So let me finish my one thought though. Let me finish coloring this and then I'm gonna When I'm done coloring it, I will probably merge it and then I'll just like warp it around. And so, honestly, you know what I should have done? Instead of focusing on like fabric, I should have just used like the line art color and just like drew. I might just do that because I think I like this direction, but I think it's still too much. So what I'm going to do actually, I'm going to do the same thing, but I'm going to take my color and I'm just going to start drawing over top. I'm just going to start drawing as like a silhouette instead. And I think that'll help me. Let me take a look at this again. Let me do a good big hard look. All right. Shirt is mostly intact on this side, hole in the shoulder, and then it really pulls apart as it goes across the chest. Okay. I'm kind of busy. Okay. And it so it really falls like right here. And my heart on the dance floor. Stop calling, I don't wanna live anymore. So we're gonna do the same thing here. The sleeve. And I'm just going to fill it in as a silhouette because what I can do now is I can erase it too and get some really fun rips just by erasing. So I have a sleeve there. The sleeve here, a little bit shorter than the other sleeve. So we're gonna just kind of color this in. And then I can erase out of it. My telephone. Also, real quick, let me turn off these spider legs. There we go. Make it a little easier on myself. My telephone. So I'm gonna just kind of like build this silhouette here. Okay, and I'm gonna fill it in. And then the rest will be me erasing in around some of the same spots to kind of capture that look of this shirt being absolutely ripped the fuck up. And that should help us get a little bit easier, a little bit better result without as much headache. So I'm just making sure the fabric is bunching where it needs to be bunching. Okay. There we go. All right, so the shirt is basically this. And now we can erase. Okay, so here. Yeah, lots of really fun like circles here in the fabric. Yeah, this is just gonna be way better. Okay. A big triangle missing, like the collar's holding up, but there's a big piece there, and then the chest, of course, is missing a big piece. On tropical summer night, I'm in heaven. So big chunk missing from the chest area. And then there's some littler pieces here that I'm gonna I'm gonna cut more of this off. Paying attention to like where it's falling here as well, and like structurally, because the shoulder's here. So then I'm gonna add some like stringiness to it. Yeah. Okay, and then another little section here with a couple little bits in it. There we go. Yeah. And then this chunk here that's missing from like the collar. Fairly large. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's just trying to make it about there. There we go. And then the shoulder also has a big chop out of it. Big chomp chomp out of the shoulder. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I think that looks way nicer. Looks way nicer than it did before. I can also go in and like warp it a little bit if I need to. Which I think this is fine. Okay. I think that looks fine. I'm going to probably do a little bit more curve to this bit right here. And I think that looks good. Yeah. Shirt. There we go. And if I put this over top, yeah. Make this darker. And then the tank top and the, oops, the tank top and the fishnets will be a little bit less. Everybody, move your body. Okay, and then this, we'll just kind of do a little bit less there. Nice. All right, so the next thing is this skirt. And I think after the skirt, I'll be ready to pass this off to Molly and be like, hey, how's this look? Are you liking the direction? And then, you know, move from there. So we have the skirt. Everybody, come on now, everybody. So the skirt is pretty high-waisted, and there is some more fishnet on the body. So the skirt waist happens about like mid-hip, which would be like here. I do want to leave some of the side exposed just to make it a little bit more evident that we have like a crop top here. So I'm gonna do this. And while I'm here, I'm gonna go to the I'm gonna get rid of some of this. Hold on. Where's my abdomen? There we go. Leg. Okay, so I'm gonna go here and I'm just gonna, oops. I'm gonna get rid of this line here. We don't need these anymore. Okay. So I'm gonna do the waistband, which is just, it's like a denim skirt. So we're gonna do our waistband here. Move your body, everybody. Actually, let me turn off the abdomen because also here's spider legs. Might adjust this spider leg to be, let me actually do spider legs on top. Yeah, this one might need to adjust so that we don't have it hidden by this t-shirt. Maybe something like this. Obviously it's going to be moving, so our tangents aren't going to be forever. Unlike an illustration where our tangents are going to be a lot more like permanent, a lot more fixed. Wait a minute. Where's this spider leg? Oh, I didn't attach it to the other spider legs. Silly me. All right, so the spider legs we have on top. Looks like we're safe here too. We have enough of the waistband gone. Okay. The abdomen, I'm going to turn off so we can draw the rest of the skirt. And I'll probably like mask the skirt so that, but yeah, the abdomen's going to sit on top of the skirt. So we don't have to have all of the art, but it's nice to, I will be drawing all of it. Make sure that waistband looks nice. With you, move your body, everybody. Just denim, belt loops, typical denim. There is a belt, which I will add after. I'm not worried about the belt right now. I am worried about getting this to look like denim, so I'm gonna do like our belt loops here, big old belt loops. Everybody, come on now, everybody. There's another belt loop back here. You might be saying, Mandy, there's going to be abdomen there. I know, but it doesn't take me too much time to make a belt loop. And if Molly happens to move the abdomen around in any substantial way, there will be complete art underneath. Working on an emote right now, and it feels like an art hangout. The music's such a vibe. Oh, hell yeah. I actually have done a couple of those in Discord before, and I would like to do that again. Ah! My dome! My dome. All right, and then we have frill lace. Okay. Wasn't you? I have a redeem here with your name on it. That begs to differ. Are you guys ready? Let's go to the beach. Beach, let's go get away. Where's my mouse? Hello? Ah! Did my mouse die? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Okay, my mouse died. The blah, blah. I love to dance. More. Hold on. Yes.
Drink water or else.
I will drink water. Actually, I do. Hold on. With my hold on. Let me see if I have enough juice in this thing. There we go. I have enough juice to click on another window. There we go. I turned it off, turned it back on. I was just vibing. I didn't do anything. I believe in you. I need to replace the battery in my mouse. Oop. One more time. Oh, starships are meant to fly. Hands up. Okay, so the skirt comes to about here, maybe? Let me see again. It's about half of the length. Half of the length is regular skirt, and then the other half is frill. So I feel like I would really just want the length to be here. So somewhere about here is actually where the skirt is ending, and the frills are beginning. In the beginning. Let me try to get the arc right. There we go. I recognize this character, yeah? Yeah, you do. Welcome in. Blah, blah. Nice dance. You're more. Yes, I am. Starships are meant to fly. Ah! Hands up and touch the sky. Let's do something like this. And I will kind of bend it out a little. I think I watched Spats doing a comm for them a while back. The design looks familiar. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I feel like that's accurate. This is my friend Molly. Here, let me zoom out. Here's Molly. I really enjoyed, I've been really enjoying this so far. This is my pal Molly. Let me put the abdomen back on. Yeah, this is going to be a animated starting soon screen. Molly will be animating this in Live 2D, so that's really exciting. I'm just working on some of the clothes now. Yeah, it's gonna be super cute. I really like it. I really think it's adorable. Got some spider legs too for fun. I'm getting Monster High vibes, and I really, really love that. One last time, ships. All right, so I'm gonna start with like a really basic, like ruffle. Hold on. The mandibles are my favorite. Yeah, look at them. Hee hee. I don't know, it's just cute. All right, so they're kind of like they're kind of gonna squish here against the ground, but they're gonna like fan out like this, and then so fanning out, I'm gonna do like an arc, and then another arc possibly, like another arc like this. But I might make it a little shorter, simply so that we're not erasing or covering so much of the legs. I think that's a good choice, because the skirt's still gonna do what it's gonna do. But we're getting more leg here. I think that's a good idea. Let me take a look at Molly's. Oops. Yeah, these ruffles are so pretty. Ah, these ruffles are just so beautifully done. Look at these. Man, I don't know, so delicate, so pretty. I also like where they're tearing apart. I don't know. This is the type of stuff that I wouldn't have done myself, and so seeing somebody do this is really nice. And then also, like, I'm learning as I'm drawing it too. trying new things that I wouldn't have tried. Okay. So it really does kind of start as like big clusters. So I'm gonna just do big clumps of ruffle because they're like pleated very. There we go. We're just gonna. Yeah, that was a good idea. All right. Oops, oops, oops. And then I'm gonna do the same under. These are my big pleat chunks. Darkness tonight. Same here. And then I'm gonna do just these big, big sweeping shapes. There we go. Big sweepy shapes. And then it gives us that fan of like that skirt. And then we'll do the same down here. There we go. All right. Let me there we go. And we'll add some more detail to that, but we're really just trying to get our shapes put together. Not going for anything super, 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 super. You know what I mean? Kind of like crumpled right here because they're being laid on. And then, of course, we're going to have... I'm just going to make it really generic back there because we're not going to need too much more back there. We're going to have an abdomen over that. And the abdomen's not going to move so much that our... But I will have full art underneath. It just won't be as detailed. So we're going to... and then we have like the denim. We have denim pockets. Yeah, we have enough room for little pockets. Okay, so let me draw little pockets in the denim. I can make the waistband a little bit less large, a little less thick, but I think it looks fine. Hi, Baxi, how are you? All right, so there's our pocket. Actually, pocket would be like, here we go. And then we have our seam back here. Just kind of... Also, Molly has a big keychain, almost like a flail, so I'm gonna make sure that we put that in there too. Good. All right, so the skirt looks like this, and I'm gonna put a layer underneath of it that covers things up without me erasing the anatomy. I'm just going to make sure that I can turn things off as if they're already finished pieces. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone to my... Oops, wrong color, this color. So now we can kind of get a better idea and... Oh. The abdomen I will put over... actually, for the skirt, I'll just mask. Thanks for lurking. Let me mask the skirt. Actually, we'll just kind of grab this. There we go. Mask. Perfect. There we go. So now we can forego some of our layering. All right, and our leg is still out here. I do believe we have a stocking on this leg. Actually, it's mostly fur, and the stocking's just below the knee. Okay. So that would just be, let me actually just draw that onto the leg itself. All that she wants is another baby. Gone tomorrow. There. Okay, so it's implying that we have a stocking here without it being too much detail. I think with the skirt, I might also draw with like this like a darker gray, just because the denim, it'll be a little bit easier to kind of see. Like right here, we're just gonna draw with like a darker gray, just to kind of color it in. Gonna disable the mask. There we go. That she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, and all that she wants is another baby. Hey. All that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow. Okay, and then we're gonna enable the mask. Lovely. Okay. Cute. All right. There's a lot of accessories that are gonna go here. There's a chain with a bunch of keychains and things. So I'm gonna just do the chain right now. There's also a belt, which kind of goes around this way. So I'm just gonna just take a middle gray, and I'm just gonna actually hold on. Yeah, the belt kind of like curves around the hip, so it might actually be something like, oh, we'll just do this for now. Hold that for now. Insinuate there's a belt here. Oops. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. There we go. We're just kind of, oops. Oh, I need my dark color. There we go. We have our belt. Just kind of making sure that I'm not missing any of the detail. I'm just going to try to make it feel like it's a belt. Perfect. And I'll have a chain, which will kind of be hanging on the ground here. So, because that's on the belt, am I right? No, it's on the loop. It's on this loop. Okay. I'm gonna say it's on this loop because that's gonna be the easiest way to. Okay, so we have our loop here. Yeah.
Mandi. Save yourself.
I'm saving. There we go. All right, so now I'm gonna just go around with this, and I'm gonna just make a chain here, just to kind of insinuate that it's there. But I don't need anything crazy because we're just trying to make sure that this looks good and Molly likes it, and then we can continue with this. Make sure that our direction is good. There we go. Okay, just trying to do like a light color here just to kind of insinuate that we've got chain. There we go. And then I think that's fine. Okay, so we've got the chain there. Oops. Gonna just kind of add like a darker outline. Hi, how are you, madman? All right. Chain. Chain. Lovely. Okay. The skirt, I'm gonna kind of get rid of that there. There we go. Chain slash belt. Okay. So that's there. I think we have a really good start. Learn how to implement dating sim mechanics to my dating sim matchmaker game. Ooh, that's exciting. You're filling your brain with so much knowledge. Before I finish this sketch, I'm going to do the spirals in the ears. Here's the spider legs, by the way. Maybe this one could be bent a little bit because we have that chain. So I'm going to just try to like move that down a little bit. But I don't want to obscure. I don't want to with the maybe we could well, I mean, I guess the good news is that it can be moved. That's the thing, is that it can be moved around. So I'm just going to put that there for now. Maybe I actually, hold on, maybe I actually push it a little bit behind the arm. And then we just cut that. Yeah. I'm not. It's basically copying and pasting a script that I've written and copy and pasted other code from and reforwarded them to my liking. Oh, I see. But still, wrapping your head around cool big brain knowledge. And I also like the idea of a little beetle here. I'm gonna keep that beetle sketch on, or the beetle image, just an image of an American rhinoceros beetle. I want it now. I want you, and I'm Mr. Okay. Big hair. Where is the... It's just part of torso. Okay, I'm gonna put some big old spiralies in these ears. Oh baby, I'm gonna put some big old spiralies in these ears. You wouldn't even believe it. Make sure I'm putting the spiral in the right direction. Okay, it curls. Okay, to my right. I'm trying to implement the player getting a job. That's exciting. I have hope for everybody that they get a job. Anybody currently looking for a job? I wish you a very merry getting a job. Oops. There we go. We're just doing a big old... We're just gonna have it be pretty consistent like that. Okay. And we're gonna do the same here, but we're gonna maybe have it be a little bit more like this. Actually, it would start a little bit further down here. I see. No. Hold on. Yes, I'm doing it the right way. Okay. We're just gonna, oops, do it like that so that we can... I just wanted to see if our swirlies looked good. And I'm gonna knock them down a little bit. There we go. Okay. We'll do patterns. The abdomen also has a pentagram on it. So we're gonna do a big one of those real quick. Just gonna, let's see here. It's a 5-pointed star. There we go. Something like that. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just trying to get the vibe going. And we're gonna make this a little bit darker. Lovely. Lovely. All right. So with that, whoops. Okay. We got a pretty good start to this. I'm really liking this. I'm really liking it a lot. With that being said, I think this is a good place for me to stop and make sure that it's something that Molly is liking so far. And if it's the case, could be that Molly wants outfit updates or wants changes or wants something different. So I'll leave this time to let Molly give us that answer and give us some more info. But this is a really good start. I think this really shows the pose. I think we can get a lot of movement. We can get a lot of ideas from this. So I'm super excited about it. I'm really loving the face. I think the face is coming out really, really cute. I can't wait to see this. It's so, so cute. So stinking cute. I actually need to desperately change the battery on in my mouse, or else I won't be able to do much. So yeah, I really love how these eyes are all squished and these are left bigger. It's just, I don't know, there's so much going on with this and I really like it. Oh, it's so cute. Is the mouse completely dead? It is! I might get another minute if I turn it off and turn it back on again. Oh my god. Okay, okay. There we go. All right, guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I had a blast. I really enjoyed it. I'm having such a good time drawing this. In fact, hold on. Of course. Actually, one last thing I want to do. Hold on. Is the bottom lip is a darker color, so I'm gonna just kind of draw that in real quick. My heart and make me happy. And we're just gonna, oops. There we go. Cute. Thank you guys. All right, you guys want to come up with me to a really cool artist? You want to pass your pretzels off to an artist? Let's go see who's online. You guys have been so incredibly sweet. Thank you guys so much for vibing with me today. We're going to be passing our pretzels off to... It'd be really cool if Molly was online, and I don't think so. I don't think Molly's on. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for our raiders, everybody who's come in and hung out with us today. You guys have been so much fun. Let's see. Ooh, we have a couple people doing art. Let's see who's doing art today. You guys want to pass your pretzels off to somebody really cool? I think we do. I think we do. Ooh, let's see. All right. Oh, you know what? Let's pass our pretzels off to Plush. Plush Unagi. Plush is the one of the founders of the group that I'm in, Capsule Collective, and is a really cool artist. If you like my vibe, then you're gonna love Plush. Let me get you guys sent over to Plush. Yeah, looks like the dropped frames aren't just my problem, aren't just my so it seems like Twitch is having a problem. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I'm gonna be going live on Tuesday again with more art. I might be drawing more in the Discord as well. I've got quite a few things that I need to do, so I might be hanging out in Discord. I might be vibing in Discord. I will have a schedule out later tonight, maybe tomorrow. I know Thanksgiving is on Thursday for North Americans, so for I guess Americans, because Canada's Thanksgiving is a different day. Um, so Thursday is a holiday for a lot of Americans, and Friday a lot of people have off. So I got to see if I'm going to be doing anything with anybody. I'm not doing anything with family. So, but thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Here is my raid message for all you new folks that came in, all you guys that followed. Welcome in. Thanks for the raids. Thanks for the love. You guys have been so, so sweet to me. And I hope you guys come back to see more of this commission. I cannot wait to see this get worked on more. We're heading over to see Plush Unagi. Super cool artist, really cool person. And yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. Yeah, you guys are so sweet. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you so much for the follows. Thank you so much for the raids. Thank you so much for hanging out. And I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Let me put the link in chat just in case Twitch doesn't bring you to where we're going. There we go. And have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.